Alright, we're back. With a little luck, we won't be having as much in the way of trouble this time. As I did a little groundwork today before starting over on my other save file, checking out a couple things that were bothering me that I realized I didn't think of last time I played this or yesterday. And for that very purpose, we're going to be going back somewhere we already were that I thought we couldn't do anything instead of dealing with this area. We'll come back here before long, but for now, let's go back to Castle Lefanu because I've got a little bit of an explanation to give. First and foremost, we're actually going to step outside because of something I discovered by accident when I was poking around this morning on my other file, making sure there weren't odds and ends I missed. Turns out there was one very odd thing I missed, because I was just screwing around, hopping around on the bridge here, and I fell off. And then I spotted that. I didn't even realize you could go underwater in the Sanguine Sea at all. But there's a weapon just chilling down there in the water. The Dark Rapier. I swam around here a little bit, but I didn't, like, search every nook and cranny down here, but I think that's the only thing down here. So I just wanted to get that out of the way before I forgot, for one. And if you're wondering why I did all the searching and such on my other file, one, that character's significantly faster, so I can search much quicker and efficiently with that character. And two, I wanted to be able to make sure I could find these items again for all of you to see. As you can see looking at this, not really gonna be using this unless we need something that does dark damage, which I don't think we have anything else that does dark damage yet. Because we didn't get the sword from the mummies. Spoiler alert, that sword does dark damage. I did also get a tip about an item we managed to somehow still miss down in the sewers, even though we combed over that place like 50 times. I'm not going to be bothering to go back down there and get it, but there's another weapon down in there for those interested. I'm just going to mention that, and that's all I'm going to say on the matter. And I did a bit of reflection about the sword in the forest and realized I'm an idiot and completely forgot a very simple solution to that problem. I'm still debating with myself whether I want to address that solution or not. So, this door here. This is the bad assumption I was talking about on social media earlier today, when I realized the mistake I made. Let me quickly grab a weapon that can get rid of the ghosts, though, so I can have this discussion without being interrupted. There we go. He should be the one that'll interrupt me. So, there's a couple bits of logic that hit me here. One, these are listed as cattle cells. I did a bit of logicking, and I also equipped this specific weapon for a reason. Big Spooky Castle. Vampire Hunter Sword exists. If a vampire hunting sword exists, that implies vampires exist. If vampires exist, then Big Spooky Castle might be Vampire Castle. And what do vampires call creatures they view as beneath them and use as a source of blood in multiple forms of media? Cattle. There are multiple examples of that behavior. So, the consideration came along that because of the order I did things in, I may not have realized something. So I tested this thought that I'm about to do here. And that's when the vigorous kicking myself and explaining to everyone, hey, I fucked up, began. Because if we just cast Blood Drain on this door, it fills with blood and the door opens. There is no gem. So yeah, that's where I went wrong with this, which means we could have opened this door back when we were here the last time we played as well, I'm pretty sure. The problem with that is, and where this all went wrong, is I didn't find this door when we were playing before. Somehow I missed this completely, or it wasn't there back then. So that's where it went wrong back then. And the other thing that put me on the vampire track, I'll admit to one thing. I did look at a map a little further than I did toward the end of stream last time. Because I was looking at the Forbidden Archives map to make sure I knew where I was going, because I thought I had explored that whole map. And I saw this one word listed. Vampire symbol. That's what also helped put me on the vampire train of thought. Just in case people are like, wow, his line of reasoning here seems like it came out of left field. I was already pondering the concept of vampire because of the sword and everything. Some of that did come to me naturally, and then that symbol being there cemented it. But now we can wander around Castle Lefanu and actually make forward progress. I also saw a portion of a listing as to what order areas are meant to be, or at least what the guiding I saw listed as what order things should be done in. And I realized this area was supposed to be before the archives, since there's an item from, presumably from here, that you need in the archives. Red skeleton with bits missing. I mean, we already bled on something on our way in here. Maybe this involves blood too? Why not? Nope, that doesn't seem to have done anything. Good to know. It's very red in here. I kind of like it. It's also, you know, a little hard to... Okay, there's a rock there. Slightly hard to see. Hi. Starved vampire thrall. Well, that verifies the vampire idea. Huh. Well, he burned. There's another one right there. Item. As you might imagine, I'm going to be significantly more cautious than you've seen me be in this entire game in here. Because I've never been in here. I don't know what I'm getting into. So I'm going to be much more cautious, comparatively, working my way through here. That's not to say I'm going to be very cautious, but I'm going to be more cautious. Yeah, I figured. Stops bleeding. I'm probably going to need that because I'm betting in a vampire place that they're going to be very good at making you bleed so that they could freely drink. There's another one of those. Wrong one. But to follow up that thought about the vampire symbol, this tells me multiple things. Specifically, that all of those white doors involve vampire symbols, most likely. Since the only door we couldn't open in the archives the last time we were there involved one of those white doors. Ooh, he can block. Good for him. He also has a sword, which means we might be able to get a sword from him. I'm gonna guess that these thralls are starved because of the fact that there's a distinct lack of cattle down here in these cattle cells. Now, there's admittedly not much else that I figured out other than what I just discussed here at the beginning. Mostly because I didn't want to get too far ahead of myself. I would rather figure the rest of it out as I go. I just wanted to make sure we had an out, basically. Since we had... Oh, there's vampiric symbol W. I don't know which symbol it was that I needed for the archives, and I don't need to know. We'll figure that out by, you know, trying them. Because I do still want to actually do this all with all of you present to see it done and work it out as I go. But knowing how tired I was when I got up today, I hedged my bets a little, is the takeaway from what I did this morning. Which is why we were so quickly able to get in here. Because otherwise, I would have traipsed all over the Forbidden Archives, realized I couldn't open that door, and then we would have spent a long time traipsing all over every map in the game trying to figure out what I missed. Would I have come here quickly? Maybe. Because this was the place that was bugging me the most. Because this was the only place I hadn't figured out what I was meant to do, and it felt wrong that I couldn't do anything here. But I could never put my finger on why it didn't feel right. And I wasn't about to spend stream time just sitting there staring at this place like, what am I not understanding? That looks like ice. You don't think... Would they do a thing like that with this game? I don't remember there being anything like that before. But it's worth a try. Huh. So elemental walls and such exist, then. Summon Ice Sword. Wait, there was a thing to read. To whomever finds me, I was at my end. I couldn't survive any longer without transmuting myself. Take me out of this prison and you'll find I can be of service. Therian Bunch, Spell Sword of the Golden Lance. So did he turn himself into that ring? Or is he now the sword that I can summon? He put it in the other spot. Summons a spectral sword as a temporary soul familiar. Stays as long as the caster has mana or until the spell is cast again. Once the spell sword is under service for the Holy Lance, they turned into a living sword to survive in the Great Well. Huh. Well, that's neat. Their soul lives on as a magic weapon. I don't really have a need or use for that, particularly considering our MP kinda stinks. But that's cool. Take his 2 cents. I do wonder why all these vampire thralls even have money. You would figure they wouldn't be going much of anywhere to spend money. But I guess maybe that's the money they were carrying before they got turned into a thrall. That would make some sense. I've gone in a circle. You know how I kept saying that places have a bit of an issue with everything looking a little bit the same? This is another case if it makes sense for it to look like this, but it's definitely a slight complication to navigation. And I do want to point out that none of what went wrong in the last session, in terms of my navigation or anything, was the fault of the game. That was basically all me, I would say. Because it was an assumption coupled from the idea of what I had done previously since I had, you know, not come into this completely blank and fresh. I think if you were playing this game for the first time from the start, I don't think you would have stumbled the way I did. But it would also be determined to a degree based on which areas you went to first. If you got to the forest before getting here, I think you would have at least tried Blood Drain naturally on that spot, without having to reason it out like I did and hunt all up and down the entire world. I feel like these are important, because there's only a couple of them, so that's bugging me. But I don't know if that's, like, progress important, or just, hey, this is a thing. Is like, this one's missing a head and is just kind of here. So they may mean nothing. It's also entirely possible that we did everything we need to do down here, because it doesn't look like there's anything, like, behind the bars in each of these rooms or anything. So it may be that we're just meant to have come down here, grabbed the symbol, and then gone back up, and the symbol opens the front door. That would make sense, given the logic I had explained before about the white symbol, about the white doors making sense to be vampire symbols because of what I ended up seeing. So let's go try that, since it seems like that cattle cell area just loops in on itself. Do you have anything to say about that situation? Salutations, little lambkin. Sir Garrett the Hound. I'm on my way to kill the lord of this castle. We've had this conversation before, but I've ran into a bit of a conundrum. I can't figure out how to open the main gate. I feel so foolish. How does it work, I wonder? Yeah, that's what I figured. I guess maybe they'll only have something to say after I actually open the main gate. I wasn't sure if it was going to be a case of, hey, look, we found a thingy. Maybe this'll do it. Oh, I guess just having it works, huh? Because we definitely walked up to this door before and nothing happened. Neat. But the other reason why I'm saying I'm pretty sure I just missed that doorway over there before, and you'll notice it does kind of blend in, is I saw screenshots of the interior of the castle watching the dev updates and such go by, waiting for a time where I wanted to play the game again because there was enough more content added. So I'm pretty sure that whole castle was accessible before and I just screwed up. I just want to point that out. What? How did you do that? Well, then I'm off, I suppose. Let's reach heaven through violence. That's certainly one way. But at the very least, we have access to the castle now, and we can actually make some forward progress. I do feel very bad about the amount of time we wasted yesterday because of that, but it is what it is. Mistakes get made. There's a blue door. And, like, I can't even say, like, I wish they had added a warning there saying, like, hey, you need this thing. I don't actually want that. I would not want that to be a thing, because that's not how any of these work. Also, major hitch there for a second. I don't know if it's the reflection that made things mad for a second, or if it was actually the achievement pop. Is remember what I had said before about Steam making the CPU freak out a bit. I still didn't fix that. But I'm looking at the reflected area now, and I'm not having my CPU go nuts, so I think it was the achievement pop that made everything angry. Ooh. I like it. I wonder if you were the vampire if you could drink this. Because the vampires do actually have different rules than the regular characters. Goes the vampire. Oh, light urn. Okay. Yeah, I figured there was gonna be more ghosts and things in here. That's why I didn't switch back to the halberd or anything. There's no blood in this fountain. Do I need to put blood in the fountain? Do I need to put blood in the fountain better? No. Okay. Very good. I'm just gonna heal that because we were already injured from the other ones. Da-na-na-na. Larian Longsword, huh? Any good? Starts at 50 and has an upgrade. Let's beat them with their own shoe. What? No. No. No, 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 no. If you're a bat, where's your wings? Not so great. They don't got wings. So you do seem to be missing your arms, so maybe you're supposed to have wings and they got ruined. Whoa. That was interesting. I hit a spot that launched me into the air. I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume that wasn't supposed to do that. I write this letter fervently, my sweet Ophelia, for it presents itself that I, last living of the Fanu line, might have finally solved my family curse. As you know, our castle's always been unnaturally attracted the great fog beasts, of which your annihilation I've been much affectionate. But today I have found the cause. Please return to me as you can. Justina Fanu. 1740578 MA. Huh. I'm slightly confused by some of the wording in that document. Now, it does seem like the Vampire Hunter Sword is more effective, which is not a surprise, because vampires. Vampiric Ashes. So I do want to see what the Delirian Longsword turns into, considering its source. It might be like a life-stealing sword or something crazy like that, which would be very handy. Still bugs me that some of these don't have fluids running in them. Some of them do. I feel like I'm supposed to do something with that, but I may also be making leaps of logic again. We've been here because we left those corpses there before. Because we turned this way and found those light urns. Now, and as I said on social media, I am very tired today for unknown reasons. So don't be surprised if I'm a little sluggish today. I don't really know what's up with that, but I'm gonna do my best to get us through this in a reasonable fashion. And as much as I felt energetic yesterday, I think at least my mind was tired, because I definitely said some stupid and did not think very quickly yesterday either. Another thing I would like to apologize for. And it's worth noting, I did see some tweets about there being some Twitch issues today. I don't know if those are carryovers from the issues we encountered yesterday, symptoms of a deeper problem, or what. But if you have any kind of issues viewing today's session, do let me know. I don't know if there's gonna be anything I can do about it, but I'm interested to know. Dear lady, I've read your words again and again, for it brings me of unforeseen delight to hear that you've finally beaten your family curse. I ride now from our great battlefield on the outskirts to your estate. I will have this steed fly like it has never before, but I presume the raven which brings this letter might arrive sooner. Ophelia of Lyria. Okay. So the writer of the previous message was the lady of the house, then. There was some debate because of some of the word choices and things. I wasn't sure which way that was. Oh, this is good water. I can heal using this. You'll notice it's acting like bleeding damage. In that the regeneration is slow. Interesting. I wonder if that's just a mechanic thing, or if that was intended as a hint at something. And ever since I got an item out of one of these weeds, I'm just gonna hit all of them now. There's another blue door. Blue door. Does this open blue doors? Vampiric symbol A. Blue door. Okay. So A opens blue doors, W opens white doors. And this is back to the main room. See, W opening white doors makes sense because W, white, that follows. I don't know why. Oh, I guess A for azure? Because azure would be a type of blue? Yeah, that makes sense. I'm going to believe that. I don't know if that's true, but that's what I'm going to choose to believe. Oh, I think we found the dining room. They're moving. That right there, that's moving. That's alive. Well, relatively alive. I'm gonna approach from the table in case they run at me. Okay, I was on the right track thinking they were hostile at the very least. Poltergeist. Not what I would expect from a poltergeist, but you know what? Oh, you do mana drain. I don't like you. Dear Diary, how sweet and joyous it is, but still difficulty, division and melancholy fills my still heart. With one bite, merely a drop of blood, I overcame my family curse. Only I had found this gift sooner, I would not be the last of Fanu. Justinia Fanu. I'm not sure that's overcoming the curse. You might be giving into it. It may be described as a family curse because they were trying to avoid embracing vampirism. And in their attempts to break the curse, Justinia here may have just succumbed to it. Also depends on what the rules for vampirism are in this world to begin with. We don't know that, so there's some variation potential in there. There's notes all over this place. This almost looks like a door. The Golden Lance has finally broken Castle Lefanu. While their last army was a pitiful, hopeless display of combat, they won. I have sealed the worst of their damage away using the clock tower. Okay, so something bad that the Golden Lance did is jammed in the clock tower. Good to know. And I guess that's why the Golden Lance was attacking this place, is because maybe they knew. Twitch, I don't know if I can count my Kofi bot as a returning chatter there. Good job, Twitch. Way to go. Proud of you. Oh, for those interested, by the way, the VOD from yesterday should be live now, actually, like a half hour ago. I did end up putting it up in 2 parts, exactly as it was in the files. As I'd mentioned, I was debating on that a bit, but I opted to just put them up side by side and call it good. That's part laziness, part I don't think trying to change that would help anything. Yeah, I figured. An empty room is never actually an empty room. But I'm not gonna mess with an elevator right now. Let's take stock of what we picked up as well, because there might be something else I didn't realize we have. Because we have the 2 vampire symbols, and yeah, there you go. Brilliantly shining jewel embedded with lost tech magic that grants access to Azure Castle doors. Blamed for the moonfall along with Lyrians, vampires were driven out and hunted. So people weren't against vampires initially? Huh. That's mildly unusual. I wonder... We still haven't learned much about the Lyrians yet either. Brilliantly shining jewel embedded with lost tech magic. Yeah. Long ago, the kingdom of Lyria harbored many vampiric citizens, granting them protection in exchange for their magical knowledge. Okay, so that's why those 2 groups had a deal. Enchanted blue candle that emits a ghostly flame capable of keeping beasts away. Okay. I don't know if that's going to be important or not, but considering we only found the 1 of them, possible. Might be that there's somewhere we put that we need protection in. This is how we got up here. I do really like the aesthetic here, but that's not surprising. Anyone that knows me knows I like gothic or semi-gothic buildings and things like that. And well-decorated spooky manors and things. This place is a little sparse, but... you know, aside from there being coffins everywhere because vampires. So there's a sword. There's blood on it. I wonder if this picture's trying to tell me where something is. I'm gonna take a picture of this picture just in case. I feel like this is important. I might be just barking up the wrong tree entirely here. But something about that stands out to me and I can't put my finger on it. I think it's the fact that the composition of this doesn't actually make sense. Because if this was hanging up, it would have been against the wall, and it's not. It's just kind of floating here. As you can see a window there, that's a pillar. That obviously then would be another pillar. That I think is some kind of shield? And then there's the bloody sword. Something about that doesn't add up, and it's bugging me. Which is why I took note of that. This also is weird to me. The just dead-end hallway. I feel like that's not actually a dead end. Especially since we just have another one right there, too. But the way the carpet just goes right up to that dead end screams that there's a door there that we can't see. But that might also be intentional to mess with me. And anyone else that's here. Like, either of those is a potential reality. Yeah, I figured you lot would be back. That was the other reason I was poking all the paintings. Do you mind? I'm trying to look at something here. I wonder if I'm making meaning where there is no meaning. I'm just gonna say that and leave it at that. I have more thoughts than that, but I don't want to run those along for nothing at the moment. If that makes sense. So give me a second to check something. Okay. Didn't drop any frames or anything when everything freaked out CPU-wise for a moment. I should have thought to check that immediately, but brain was like, hang on, let's sort through everything else first and then we'll come back to that idea because it's not like it's going anywhere. Dear Tyra, I read of those with this gift before. Oh, but the sun. If they knew what would become of that dim orb behind the fog. Ophelia found this amusing as well. I have yet to bestow her with this, or burden her so. She is so dedicated to serving as a knight that she pledged for it immediately. But that is not what I long for, Ophelia. There is none who stand above us now, none to take away our kinship. No reason left not to pursue happiness in your arms and in your kisses. I must know that she feels the same before sharing this gift. I cannot stand to wait a lifetime. Well, that's a thing. There's something here. I don't know if I'm hearing something on the other side of the wall or anything like that, but just in case, let's see if this stone has anything to say. Well, that isn't it. Okay. No secret wall? Just gonna have to keep that in mind, I think. There's definitely something over in that corner, either the head itself or something behind it, making those weird noises at me. So, one second. No, that's not doing anything. So that's not the reason it spiked. Steam is the problem. Really need to remember to do a reinstall on that at some point. I just don't know why it's acting up now. None of the paintings are a secret or anything. So, lost a bunch of health at some point. Not really sure when that happened. I presume when I was using lithomancy and such. Well, I guess let's use this elevator and see what happens. I wanted to make sure we were all clear on that floor before running off anywhere. Well, they did say they had technology. Turns out technology includes big curved TV playing constant water. Okay. Giant VCR, so I guess I find another VCR tape somewhere and bring it here then. VHS tape, VCR tape, doesn't matter. Explains why this was behind a secret wall as well. For those wondering, we no longer have the tape we had used before. So count 0. So I guess there is nothing to do down here. At least nothing currently. I'll just need to remember that that's there if we ever find another tape. Interesting that the track was called Beached as well. Yeah, because we were here before and we looked at that, which still bothers me, I would like to add. Still think something's not quite right there. I'm alternating between glaring at that and glaring at my CPU usage, which is doing some odd things today. Yeah, I figured trying to break that was a bad idea. Not sure what it's looking at. Considering there's a lot of nothingness out there. Like, I would have to assume that this place isn't so simple as just go get the 2 vampire symbols and then leave. That would be silly. Especially since there's that green door, which implies that there's a 3rd vampire symbol that we do not currently possess. As you can see by the door not opening. Just coming back over here for a second, because I don't seem to recall there being any blue doors over here, but just in case there was. I'd rather do an extra loop around here, having gotten the blue key and then not find anything, than run like 3 loops around upstairs and not find anything. So I feel like since we found the blue key here, the idea would be to find whatever the green key is upstairs, and I just missed something up there. Which is why after poking around here, we're gonna go look up there with fresh eyes, having basically reset by coming down here. It's a trick I've used before, but I should have been using yesterday, rather than keeping the loop going and then never learning anything. Is you basically do your first look through an area, let your brain just focus on what's in front of you, and find the pathing through it. And then on any subsequent trips, you then let your mind spread further, because you no longer need to focus on what's in front of you, is the idea. That way you absorb everything. At least, ideally, everything. I find myself unable to narrow myself quite that much. But that's the theory behind that trick. But it depends on whether you have that degree of control. It's like, there's another red skeleton there. And I'm still not really sure what I'm looking at here. It looks like it's got an eyeball and that's a mouth, but I feel like that's not what that is, and I don't really want to think too much about what that actually is. What happens if I bleed on you? Nothing. Okay. I did that because there's holy water right here we can heal ourselves with. So it's like, may as well. Maybe if I put out the candle, something happens. Haha. Spooky. No? Okay. I totally didn't just come back over here because I really like the music here or anything. No, not at all. Yeah, because the symbol was just laying here and then... What was that? Oh. Did I accidentally do something? I'm not... Something big is moving around. It sounded like it was this way. But there's nothing out here because that's the exit. I wonder if just in that corner I happen to be near something through the wall. Or more accurately, through the floor. No, because that's on the wrong side relative to where that... No, maybe. But now we'll test all the walls and things in earnest. We already checked this room over, so I don't need to do anything like that. You know, just clear the dishes, clear the table. I don't really have to mash along the walls. I can just walk along them. But it's habit. And this is definitely gonna open at some point. I don't care who you are or what you think. That's a door. That's gotta be a goddamn door. Because there's this big seam in the middle, and it's inset so perfectly for this to be a doorway. That's either a door or the most massive red herring I've seen in a while. Which, if I'm honest, I would believe either. I could absolutely see that just being a ha-ha red herring. That is definitely a possibility. Just walking along. The thing is, though, with us walking down these hallways, we would have seen most secret doors as we were walking past them. It's like, look at the range on the secret door here, for example. You don't have to be, like, on top of it to spot it. You also don't have to be looking at it to spot it. So with the width of those hallways, you would have more than likely triggered one on the way through. So I'm not super worried about it. Wakey, wakey. Knock, knock. No? Okay. How about if I bleed on it? Nope. Okay. Figured maybe, you know, if there's a vampire sleeping in there, they'd smell breakfast and be like, hell yeah, I'm coming out. That plan didn't really work. These also bug me. I feel like one of these is going to be something you can pull. But I think it's just the design of this place that makes me go, pull the torch down and something happens. This still bugs me. I feel like I'm supposed to, like, get the blood flowing somewhere, and then a thing activates. Yeah, there's another green door. I don't remember if we saw the green door when we were walking around here before. Did we go downstairs in here? Hang on. I might have found my missing path by doing the classic hug the right wall. Yep, we haven't been here. I kind of wish I wasn't here now either, if I'm honest, but, you know. Necessity is what it is. Let's see if the longsword does better against the bats. A little bit, I think. Ow! Rude bat. Very rude. Okay, so vampire hunting sword for vampires and ghosts, and long sword for everything else. Checks out by my mind. Got the spooky red torches again. What? Yeah, no, that name's accurate. Yep. That's a thing. That's a body goop. That's what that is. It's a goop made out of body. Vampiric symbol E. Okay. Another goopman. Saul Goopman, attorney at law. Wait. Secret. Does this... Oh, I think this connects... Yeah, this connects back to the cattle pens. But why? There also wasn't a crystal anywhere in here. There was only the crystal outside. Where does this lead? Oh, the Boiling Grotto. That's one of the other places on the map that we hadn't seen. So far looking like an orange version of the sewer, though. I'm not the biggest fan of that concept. Favilla. That looks like a point of no return right there. We'll come back to that thought. I walked in here to see if there was a crystal. In case anyone was wondering why I abandoned the area we were in so quickly. I wanted to see if there was a crystal in the entry of this place that I could use as a checkpoint to go back and forth from. Sadly, no such luck. In fact, when I walked it back out of the place, I should have touched the crystal earlier, because we've done a lot in here and haven't saved. So I'm a little concerned about that. But the fact that we've been getting through the castle pretty quickly, since we've only been here an hour, and I'm feeling like we're most of the way through the castle at this point. And we've already found access to another new area. I'm pretty confident we'll be able to finish this today. Provided nothing really, like, hard walls me. This is how we got down here, right? No. I don't think so. Yeah, this is another shortcut. Ah, this is... I knew this was a thing. I knew it. Goddamn knew it. That door's shut again because we left the area, technically. Same with the main door. My instincts can only be defied so often and so much. this way we can save and make sure we never lose having all 3 of the vampire symbols. We can also get our levels. Because we did a fair bit of fighting in there. Our defense has been falling behind, so I'm gonna really crank that for a little while, because 70 strength's pretty significant. Though you'll notice defense is just max health and how much you can block. We haven't been blocking, so that's why our defense hasn't been helping. Which on that note, actually, knock that down a bit and raise our resistance a bit more. Because we haven't started having a major bleeding status issue in here or anything, but I have to suspect that that is going to become a thing at some point in here. We had mana drain coming up, but that really didn't matter to us because we're non-magical for the most part. We can open the green door now because we have the green symbol. I don't know if that whole area down there is just for the Boiling Grotto door and the green symbol, but let's check the green door while we're in the main hall. Because we still haven't seen that clock tower that they said something was sealed away in. Oh, this is another area transition door. Chrome chamber? Or throne chamber? With the text, that could have been either. I'm going to assume throne chamber. I'm getting real Staircase to Dracula's throne room vibes from this. With the red carpeted staircase in the spooky void. Oh. Having a bad time, Garrett? I got my fight, and I almost lost myself to it. Prince of Wings, the dark son of Justina and Ophelia. I thought he was just a story. Oh, I'll be alright. I just need some rest first. You gonna turn into a vampire and try to kill me after I fight this? You gonna be a problem? Hello?
Why do you disturb me?
Curiosity mostly? Ooh. Okay. Krillal, the Dark Prince of Wings. Oh, it looks like you're using the Dark Rapier, huh? Or some kind of special sword using the same model, one or the other. So that sword doesn't seem to hurt you much. How about this one? No, that hurts you less. Okay. And you make me bleed, as expected. You summon bats, also as expected. I actually want to start trying guarding. Don't laugh at me. Laughing at me is a good way to get hit. Okay, you turned into mist, as vampires do. Good for you. How about you stop being mist for a second so I can stab you? This is gonna take a while, I suspect. Because I don't have a stronger magic weapon in hand. Not that I think we have one, really. So, unless Justina had turned Ophelia, aren't you only half vampire? I took your arm off. How do you feel about that? What? I heard the limb break noise behind me when they reappeared, so I'm slightly confused. Oh, I guess they just make that noise when they teleport too. You've been a worthy opponent so far. I'll grant you that. I'm a little worried if you're gonna change patterns or anything once you get down to half health or get more aggressive or something. Oh, your mist is poison, huh? Well, I hate that. I should have guessed. Really should have come in here with an attack spell at the ready as well. Because while our MP isn't great, it would still be better than nothing. Yep, there's phase 2. There's the wings. I was also wondering about that, since they're the Dark Prince of Wings. Where were their wings? And, well, there they are. Not sure appearing inside the fence was a good idea. Their helmet's also gone now, it looks like. Glad I came prepared with so many heals, I gotta tell ya. Oh, and now they're rats, okay. Neat. Neat party trick you got there. All very typical vampire tricks. I suppose I should be grateful you at least didn't try to seduce me. Could you not? Anyway. Do 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 do. Do note that their health bar extends underneath that little bit of flowery stuff in the corner there. So they're more at like a fifth of their health than how low it may look. Which is why I've not really gone aggressive or slacked off on the dodging at all. More than I already have been. That's what you get for laughing at me. You get an extra couple whacks to the head. How does that make you feel? The good news is, even though they got stronger in the second phase, we also are getting stronger because I'm increasing my health each time we use one of those full heals. So we're really not in that much danger as long as they don't pull out some kind of crazy attack. But it seems like we've seen their whole ability repertoire by this point. And fight's over.
You may pass.
Thank you.
Beware the depths below.
Mirage revealed. Ah, there's a door over here. Black book. I know what these are for, but we haven't encountered what those are for yet. I'm gonna sit in your chair. I kicked your butt. I'm king of the castle now. Yeah. Now, is this another area? Terminus Prison. Oh, that sounds safe. Already getting massive sketch vibes from this place. But there's a crystal. Reach the prison. Yeah, I didn't gain any levels for beating up big time vampire. Didn't expect to either. But you'll notice that's this area marked off now. And this is clearly the Boiling Grotto since we've been there and looked at it. We just didn't get a crystal in there yet. So there's just 2 areas unaccounted for now. At least of the warpable areas. We've already proven that there's a couple areas we can't get to. Via warping, rather. Let's quickly pop back to Wing's Rest, though, before we commit to another area and see if there's anything we can learn or get. Hey! Welcome back! That wasn't helpful, but thank you. It's always nice to have people welcoming you. Anything new? No. But I will be buying more of your health vials. I don't really need more antidotes because we do have a couple, I just haven't been using them. Because they've not been vital to use with our crazy high health bar compared to what I'm used to. I think I have enough to make some stuff. 1 opal, 1 yellow moral, and 1 lotus seed pod. We can definitely make health vials. Opal, onyx, and lotus seed pod. Snowflake, obsidian, onyx, and obsidian. 3 ocean bone shards. So, opal. Yellow moral. Lotus seed pod. I guess it's backwards. Yay! So that gets us a few more health potions. Specifically, we're up to 10. So I'm feeling a little more confident. Crazy concept there. Feeling more confident when I have an asinine amount of health potions. Honestly, I'm just happy that we actually got somewhere, because I was terrified we were gonna get soft locked or something stupid like that because I just couldn't figure something out. I don't think we're done in there either. I have this itch that we missed something. Because the clock tower thing with the golden lance wasn't resolved. But that may just be flavor text that isn't going to get resolved either. We could also see if Garrett the Hound has a response to us beating the Lord of the Castle too, before we delve into the prison. So there's a thingy. Thingy I can't get without going around. That is that looks like a lance. But let's quickly pop back and see if Garrett does have a dialogue about that. Though, since we left the area, he might have moved on to whatever his next spot is. If he isn't dead. Which, fun fact, that's the other reason I'm turning around to check, to see if he, like, leaves his big hammer behind or something. Because obviously, Big Mick Strongman, like we are right now, would love a big hammer. For example, the throne room isn't on our map because it doesn't have a crystal leading to it. Well, he's gone. No idea where they went now, then. They might be at the entrance again, but I doubt it. They've probably moved on either into the prison because we opened that up, or onto some other area somewhere. There isn't an interact here, right? Okay, just making sure. I wanted to see if there was actually, like, a prompt to sit on the throne and turn into a vampire or something. Actually, no. No. Rather than go in here, since we have a crystal for here, I'm gonna turn around and go to the Boiling Grotto first. Because we don't have a crystal in there. And I'm no longer concerned about that being a point of no return, because we have multiple access points in and out of this area. And as far as I can tell, we've at least gotten the main point of this area done. I'm also kind of curious to see if this would kill me if I jump down there, but judging from the amount of void down there, pretty confident that would kill me, and I don't feel like wasting the time loading back in. Just Just let it be known that the Call of the Void was noticed. And it was a temptation. Open up. It's also not hard to get back to the Boiling Grotto door since we found this nearby. Of course, I gotta get back through these freaks, but, you know. It's one of those things. I also don't think we fully explored down here, though. So we'll poke around down here a little bit before we go into the grotto door. So considering we found an area a change and 2 shortcuts, I would hazard to say we're pretty well cleared down here. Because there's the grotto door. And there's the access to the cattle pens. So yeah, no, we basically did do everything in here. At least in this little subset down here. So let's hop down into Super Lava and see what we find. This isn't a secret door under here, right? Nope. Yep, that's just lava. Okay. Okay, there's goodies up there. Fire coral, okay. Give me that crystal shard. There's another entry over there. Judging from the way this place looks, I would hazard to say this wasn't always like this. This has ruin vibes. I'm sorry, what? I repeat, I'm sorry, what? The hell am I dealing with here? Where is your hitbox, sir? I feel so enlightened reading your name. Iker dead. Well, that was just weird. Everything about that was weird. Okay, lava doesn't hurt as much as you'd expect it to. At least not on immediate contact, but I feel like I don't want to test how quickly that ramps up. Here layeth Sir Jeff and Sir David. In service of the Golden Lance, they sought the forbidden and frivolous purpose of lithomancy. However, this quest proved to be their end. Rip. Well. So they were trying to learn about lithomancy. Same thing we've been trying to figure out if it does literally anything. According to my memory, I did get lithomancy to do something. I just forget completely what. Cooked my toes slightly. I feel like that other doorway we saw is probably where the save crystal is. Wait a minute. How? Never thought I'd see you down here, Drac. Alive, that is. I come here now and then to restock my wares. Oh, and I've been trying for ages to get that golden armor off Hickett. If you ever manage it, I'll reward you in exchange. He's some sort of macabre pilgrimage site now, but no one's been down here for some time. Anyway, fancy a new trinket? You still have the same things, so I'm disappointed, Cheryl. You've lowered the odds of you getting that golden armor by not having new items. Especially if it's armor I can wear. Oh, this is the guy that turned to gold, isn't it? Huh. Here lies Sir Hickett the Invincible, immovable in death as he was in life. No effect. No effect. Well, I'm bleeding now. That didn't help. Hmm. They list him as immovable, so I wonder if the key is moving him. Like, he's also on a patch of rock. Nope, lithomancy didn't do anything. Well, that didn't do anything aside from embed him more in rock. Maybe if I ram into him with Wind Dash. Hiya! Well. He's got dots on the back of his armor. Am I supposed to, like, put things there? Like, are these, like, slots to jam needles or something? Lightning's worked on a few things in this game so far. Again, it says no effect. So I presume whatever will work will actually say... You know, it'll be the only thing that doesn't say no effect. Nope. Blood Strike. Nope. I'm running out of things to try. Flame Sphere. Nope. Dark Skull. Nope. Ice Spear. Not gonna bother with Poison Mist because I doubt that'll do anything. Wind Slicer. Nope. Nope. This also gives you guys a chance to see all the spells in action that I haven't been using. Yeah, I'm out of attack spells at the very least that I haven't tried other than Poison Mist, so I guess I'll try Poison Mist for shits and giggles. And other than that, we can try dropping a coffin on him. It did the thing again where it didn't actually select the thing I clicked on. Because I think I went too quick. Put him in a box. Nope. That's doing lots of no effect. You can stop any day now, Poison Mist. Jesus. Okay, so that didn't work. Couldn't put Wind Dash back up there. Wind Slicer's not that expensive. Let's carry that around for now. Immovable in death as he was in life. There's probably some spell that lets us move Earth or something, and that'll work on that. Okay, that book's not real. She also specifically said if I could get the armor off of him. So that might also be a thing. Like, there might be like a corpse explosion spell or something, and I can just make the body under the armor explode. Oh, wait, hang on. Sir Hicket the Invincible. Sir Hicket of the Golden Lance set out to slay the cursed knight Itsicarius. While he did not possess any great strength, he was given mighty armor of which no weapon could damage. He felled many foes simply by withstanding blows until they became exhausted. While venturing into this boiling grotto on his way to fight Sicarius, he came across a skilled fire witch. She summoned an inferno around Sir Hickett, which gradually heated his armor, and though the armor withstood, unsullied by the flame, Sir Hickett was cooked alive within, and there his body remains, as no one can pierce or remove the golden armor. So presumably he encountered Fire Witch Ashley, who was the one who created the fire spells we've seen so far, and she roasted him. Which makes sense, because bear in mind, no matter how good your armor is, unless it's got some kind of magical built-in air conditioning, you're gonna cook inside that armor. So I might not be on the wrong track entirely of trying to destroy the body inside the armor, because the armor is indestructible. Just currently we are unsuccessful in that action. Ah, well there's the save crystal, which I might have been right though, because that seems to be pointing in the same direction we were in before. I think... Yes, this is where we were looking at a moment ago. So yes, I was right that this would have been where the save crystal was. And then we would have just opened the secret door there. What's up, Pazzy? How you doing, buddy? We've made progress. We found a man that was cooked alive inside his armor, which was a choice. That looks bad for me. That looks very bad for me. That's why I'm gonna go look at it. Nice. Okay, yeah, that's just a big fire-breathing snake with poison leaking out of it. Okay. Come back to that thought in a little bit. Always good. Good to have a slightly easier day. Oh yeah, there's a banner with crystals on it. Yeah, probably should have noticed that before, huh? Oh well. There's more of the weird fire creature over there. Just cook slightly, that's okay. I wish these didn't exist. Ow. Oh boy. The thing is, in one of the later Kingsfield games, there was a snake head much like that guarding the entrance to a temple snake. A temple of snake men, rather. I wonder if that's meant to be a reference to that, and I need an item to make it recognize me as belonging in there, and then it won't kill me. Considering this game is inspired by that series, it's entirely possible that that's true. I just need to find something that it'll recognize. Could you stop slapping me out into the lava? I would appreciate it if you didn't do that anymore. There's a snake banner this way, so maybe this does something. It's also a possibility that I might be intended to, like, seal the gaps on the snake. And then it's like, okay, you helped me, I won't burn you now. Or, this is what's powering the snake over here, considering there was a snake banner on the way here. I just need this thing to not be here so I can think. You... Gesundheit. Thank you for the shield? Yeah, this is just gonna turn the snake off. I mean, explosives always solve problems, yes. Yeah, that just is a machine then. Okay. I think I've turned the fire off. Oh, that simplifies matters. And yep, an obsidian shield that redirects poison to the wielder's blood. Yeah, not gonna lie, this doesn't sound useful. Let's find out if it actually poisons me. Well, it doesn't actually poison me, so sure, we'll try this for a bit since it's got a. Wait, why is it saying its experience meter's full already? What? How? I didn't even hit anything with it yet. Well, bear in mind, it may just be flavor text. There's no guarantee that it actually poisons you when you use it. This is proving less than effective, I gotta say. There we go. So those things are unfortunate to fight anyway, considering the eyeball's the weak point. Yeah, that is 51, so it's not terrible. Yeah, it's actually the same strength. Wait. Yeah, no, there is at least a difference in the stat line. I was like, wait, are these the exact same stats? Did something break? But the answer is the only thing that broke is the experience meter on that thing. Which I believe there is a bug with that. And I might have just accidentally enacted it. And I'm just not going to worry about it further than that. Yeah. I just can't upgrade it out here. And I could have swore I turned the fire off. Maybe there's more than one? Because I'm going to go out on a limb and assume... Yeah, you'll notice that eye's not glowing anymore. But that one still is. So there's another lever over on this side somewhere. It's got more than one fuel source. And I could go back to the crystal and see about upgrading that shield, but this sword's almost ready to upgrade too, so I may as well finish getting this up, and then we'll see both of them at the same time. Because this sword's actually been helpful, as opposed to the shield. Snowflake obsidian. I would have rather get the sword off of the obsidian skeleton, because that looked like it'd be an interesting sword. Since it's all serpentine and weird. But maybe this one will be guarded by one too. Well, certainly regular skeletons abound here. That's what it looked like. Just a lot longer than your typical crease would be. Because to my knowledge, those are usually more like dagger length. Well, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. But it looks like there's another way out once we get there, so cowabunga. Bad. Still didn't get the sword. But that should mean the flamethrower will be off. Oh, why'd I have to notice that? Hang on. There's a thingy. And I can't just leave a thingy behind. Beep, 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 beep. Rock bridge. Yeah, exactly. It's probably just something imitating the type, but not actually. It's a walkable surface in front of the caster. Okay. Ah, it's a little bit more direct than I thought. So I want to aim a little higher. Hop. And a hop. And a hop, 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 hop. So it behaves similar to barrier, but it's actually meant to be walked on instead of as a wall. Why is my phone freaking out? Ah, useless junk. Business as usual. Potion. Open up. And this drops me back off right where we entered that part. Okay. Makes sense. And as you can see, it's just smoke now. It's gonna be a little hard to breathe, but we'll get through. And I guess it wasn't... They were trying to tell you that there was fuel going in by having that dripping happening. It wasn't poison, it was fuel. Sen Tempil. Interesting. Well, I already have mixed feelings about the gimmick that's gonna be here. I think we can already tell that the floor is going to try to consume me. Well, that's neat. I wonder if that's actually readable at all. It's definitely not actual lettering. I don't know if it's actual hieroglyphs. It probably isn't. But it might be in some translatable language of some variety. Oh, hi, Anubis. Yeah. Oh boy. I don't want to go down the hole. No, thank you. I wouldn't mind one of these copishes. Give, please. No? No good? Okay. I mean, you know, they dabbled with things they shouldn't have, and they brought hell to their front yard. That... I can see the logic here. Things are still making weird noises at me. Is there a secret door there? No, there must just be something in the next room making noises. Or not? I wonder. Can I do what I want to do here? I sure can. Not quite how I wanted to, but... yeah, that's what I figured I heard. So if I just back up a little bit and aim a little further down... I can use the magic of bridge summoning. Not quite enough, but I have a plan. Actually, plan B first here. What? Nope, it disappeared right when I tried to do that. I was gonna do the same thing I do with the barrier spell, which is slam myself into it and use it to bounce into the air. But the plan... when it actually listens to what I tell it to do, because I once again went through it too quickly. I think the snake injured itself up there, or somehow. Problem with plans like this is my casting speed is kind of slow. There's also a secret right behind me I just detected. Oh, I can't have... oh no, I don't have magic. There we go. And now we do... God damn it, I gotta be faster than that. Close. Come on, cast quicker. Come on. I need to have, like, both of them ready to go at the same time for this to work. First, secret door. With a bandage in it. Hooray. I absolutely probably don't have to be doing what I'm doing, but they give me the power to do it, so goddamn, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna stick with the other plan of launching myself. I think I made that too high though for this to work. Yep. I think I'm just hitting the point on it and getting slammed down instead. This is why I can't be trusted with magic. I think I did it the same spot again. Yeah. Okay, let's stand back and aim a bit lower once this wears off again. I let go a second too early. Come on, come on. That's probably too low, but I might be able to make this work. Come on, come on. Nope. Needs to be at a harsher angle than that. So maybe like there? It's a little bit better. Nope. To explain what I'm trying to do, I'm going to go ahead and bring the barrier spell back. For those that missed this trick when I was doing it yesterday. You can bounce off the top of the barrier and throw yourself upward. I hit the ceiling, otherwise that would have worked a bit better. That's something I learned accidentally when I was playing this. Not the... Actually, no, it would be the first time I was playing, I think. But I made the barrier too high this time. It's kind of finicky to do, because the barrier spell is a little finicky to aim. At least it is for me. I'm sure somebody's got it down and is like, well, actually, there's a trick to it that makes it so much easier. That's too high again. I definitely had it down better than I have it now. That's higher. I aimed lower and it ended up higher. But I think it's because I was targeting a different spot because of how I was facing. So just give me a moment on this. We'll get there. These are all going so damn high, though. It should not be nearly this high with where I was looking. But I think I'm also thrown off because the last place I was using this was in the trees, and the trees make it go a little crazy. That I think is too low, but we'll try. Yeah! There we go. Oh, that's cheeky. It's covered in a carpet, so you're meant to fall down there because you don't know that that hole's there. Oh. Stone snake. Real snake. This might be the same room I looked at before. Don't fall in the very, very sneaky pit there. Yeah. The music in every area of this game has been good. Some of it's been a little jarring, but it's usually been intentionally jarring. Hi. Oh, you've got a larger one this time, and you summoned that out of the air, so I guess you're not going to drop those. Because there wasn't a weapon in his hand, and then suddenly there was one. Well, this gives me a stupid idea, but I'm not the right setup for that idea. The theory for that is if your speed is high, you probably can skim across the sand there and then jump into the window on the opposite side. But this character is slow, and I don't fancy my odds of timing the wind dash to make that happen. I think we try our luck with crossing this room over here instead, and see if this is the same room we were in before or not. I'll just keep a wind dash ready in case it is more aggressive than I expect. Nope, that's actually not that bad. And yeah, this, I think, was the room we walked into initially. Okay. Learning things. The sword's ready to level up, so I do kind of want to go back and get that level for it. But at the same time, I don't want to have to backtrack. Similar reason to why I'm not trying to just jump the gap here. But I do have the bridge summoning spell, which is probably for this very purpose. It didn't switch again, did it? Yep. God damn it. You can always tell when something's gone wrong. There we go. I probably could have cleared that with like a wind dash or something, but that seemed like a safer option for getting across. So hindsight being 2020, I should have had wind dash ready in case I botched the jump. What do we got? The heat which arose from the poison fog seemed to melt the moon, which in turn cascaded to the earth, lulling the Great One back to sleep, and gave rise to the moonlight beasts. Okay. I received a vision that the Great One, dormant within the earth below the seeping moonlight, would soon awaken again. So I, Clamus Cerulean of Lyria, devised a plan. Using great magics of light and dark, I hastened the flow of moonlight. So you just poured more of it down onto the Great One to try to put it back to sleep, I guess? I mean, makes some degree of sense. Well, that means your hindsight's either a lot better or a lot worse. Your mileage may vary. All the lettering seems to be flowing into here. This can't stop me, I can't read. Up. Tap, pat, tap. Hat. Hit. 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 Magic bullshit. Magic bullshit. Now that ended up in the wall. And I'm out of magic again. Magic bullshit. Magic bullshit. Now I'm gonna have to back up and then do this quickly. What I'm trying to do is give myself a ledge partway up that I can use as a means of jumping again. Or, you know, I can give myself a ledge there, I guess. That works too. I need to manage to get to a spot where I can jump again, basically. Because my casting speed's just not high enough. Come on, come on. I had it for a second there. Really wishing I was a character with more dexterity right about now, so I could jump just that little bit higher. That seems to be an idea. I just need to do it a little bit better. Reminding everyone once again that this is absolutely not how you have to do anything, but this is how I do things. You give me tools, I will find my own way using them. That's probably another pit. No, maybe not. Great destruction was caused by this act, and I became the first exiled. Over time, I am certain to lose myself, so I leave behind these memories. Know that while I caused much turmoil, I did so for hope. Hope that we could extend our time in this realm a little longer. I mean, it's heavily implied that everything I do is for science. I guess that is solid. Okay. Don't like that. Don't like that that's open and empty. Somebody's wandering around. Yep, there it is. That's the ritual dagger we got forever ago. Huh. Interesting that they have it. But we also... we fought mummies back at the beginning of the game, though. Which is another thing that makes this area slightly weird to me. I feel like we've learned a lot and nothing at the same time. Oh. I got stuck on the books. They might have been set as guardians for the embalmed. Like maybe some chosen guards got converted higher. Now, an interesting thing that I'm noticing, though, there doesn't appear to be an entrance to this floor. So I might have actually had to do what I did for a change. That might have actually been intended this time. Is there... doesn't appear to be, like, a way down. Or conversely, a way up. So either I'm not meant to be up here yet, and there was, like, something that was going to change the situation in here, or you're actually supposed to push your way up here and it's just extra. Because we checked that room for secret doors, we checked the other one, and there's no other rooms. And there's no secret doors along the walls either. Huh. Interesting. Oh, down there is not a death pit. Now that I can actually see that. So down here must be where I'm supposed to be going. Probably go to the bottom to go to the top type deal. Yeah, because there's a hallway there. But what's down the other end? I heard something. There's something big. Serpentine Superiorum. Ow! Dick. Can't be a pyramid without a bunch of traps. Well. Okay. Ow. Oh, damn it. The fact that they can catch you on the way back is kind of unfortunate. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Passing through. I want out. Well, I appear to have chosen the wrong direction for getting out. Oh wow, you got quite the striking reach there, Serpent. Now I'm poisoned too. So I guess some of them bleed and some of them poison. That's upsetting. Oh yeah, it's probably corresponding to the different colors. That just makes sense. There's a secret door nearby. I just saw the prompt for it while I was dealing with these guys. That's probably our exit. Oh, good, an antidote. Yeah, there was a secret door back in this corner. It's probably the way back up after... What? Was I still poisoned and didn't notice? I think I was still poisoned and didn't notice. Until too late. Well, that's unfortunate. That's gonna be some backtracking. Because usually the poison would have worn off by then, so I wasn't paying close attention to it. That one's on me. That one's definitely on me. That means we have to go do the fire puzzle again. We need to go back into the temple to begin with again. That's unfortunate. Instead of going and doing all of that again right this moment, let's go take a look over at the prison instead, let's say. Because I don't know which of these areas I'm supposed to be doing first. And just for sake of variety, let's go poke our head in here. Well, of course it's locked in a prison. I get the feeling I don't want that to touch me. Whoa. Ah, being in contact with that makes me bleed. Okay. And he can throw fireballs. Ah, I broke his candle, so now he can't throw fireballs. I broke his head, now he can't do the bleed beam. Okay, those aren't that bad. They were a little scary initially, and then once you figure them out, they're not bad. Well, that doesn't look ideal. Those of the abyss take the form of the dreamer's fear. For in ages past they were as animals or the extinct, but with time, fear changes. Gradually the creatures became more abhorrent, more strange. Designs forgotten in favor of the abstract and howling flesh we simply cannot observe. Well, that checks out. Because the more you understand, the less the unknown can take hold. But the unknown will continue to take more and more extreme forms, so that you would thus still not understand it. That appears to be some kind of angel with a thing jammed through it. So that's probably not ideal. I mean, that's basically what it was doing, is just looked at me and I started bleeding. And in its own way, unless it's a laser that cauterizes the wound immediately, any beam would be a bleed beam. Which by its own nature, lasers tend to do so, but you know. That's a thing. This place is looking like a bit of a dead end. Very spooky dead end. So I guess it's for the best that I did come poke my head back over here, though. So that we knew that there was nothing to do here, and we do have to do what I died doing. I think that's death down there. Pretty confident that that's death down there. Yeah, because none of these doors open. There's also a lot of very big skeletons hanging in here. The thing is, there was the one jailer, and then nothing else. I don't know, it bugs me. I feel like there's something I'm missing here. So I can't jam my way through there. I don't think, anyway. Ha-ta-ba. Ha-ta. Nope. Because this is just the way back to Fanu Castle right there. There's no secret doors in this wall. But are there any secret doors up here? Nope. How about this one? Nope. Guess we're going back to the fireplace then. Well, I tried to go for variety. And now I just have to retrace my dead steps. Ah, well. We also now know that I don't need to jankily shove my way up that ledge, so I'm probably not gonna worry about doing that right now. And maybe this time we'll get lucky and get the sword instead of the shield. Does mean we won't get to see what the shield turns into, because I kept going and then eventually died, but... you know. You follow a trail long enough and eventually you're gonna get in trouble for following that trail. I wonder, though. Can I beat the system a little bit? Is the... yeah, the secret door was like... yeah, you can actually see it. It's right there. Okay, it can only be opened from one side. I wanted to see if I could open the secret door from this side and then just walk around behind all of the nonsense over here just for fun. The answer is no. No, you cannot. Okay, he doesn't particularly care about Windblade. Ow. Ow. I already do not miss fighting these things. Even when we were walking around that temple, I did not miss fighting those. Mostly just because they're so damn noisy. Slap. Nothing hidden amongst the rocks down here. Really should get better skeletons, I gotta tell you. They're really not very effective. Did we ever check the other hallway? Now that I think about it, because there was 2 hallways, wasn't there? Was this very doorway-looking arch here that I think I didn't check. Yeah. So dying paid off because we get... oh. Well, we got money. Uh-huh. Had a feeling. Whoa! Hello. Oh, it eats money, huh? That's upsetting. You know, that's a hell of a mimic design. Really don't appreciate you eating all of my money. It also seems to try to run away some of the time. Huh. Well, I didn't get anything back, huh? That's very unfortunate. How about nested secret number 3? Are you also a mimic? Ashes. Huh. I feel like I'm being made fun of. Like, I feel like this is a whole statement about greed going on here. Wait. Okay, no. I thought it had cut the other rooms out suddenly, and we were gonna be right back where we started immediately. There wasn't a box here before. Aha! Another mimic. This game. God, the knockback on that thing is insane. You can tell I'm out of money because it's not knocking money out of me anymore. Ow. This one's also tougher? Or is it just a matter of that I'm not hitting the glowing point as well? Yeah, it's just me not hitting the glowing point quite as well. Ow, 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 ow. Moonlight vial. Okay. Still don't think that's worth getting my ass kicked by a mimic twice, but that was interesting. I think I could have done without having done that, but I got to see a crazy looking mimic design, so kind of with that. The wrong way. Wait, did I go the wrong way? One Cheeto zone looks the same as another. Oh, that's right, because I had to jump across all this fire to get to the switch there, and the rock bridge spell was right here. There was a man there once upon a time. You can see his arm. Nope, not quite. Not as smooth that time. But it's fine. I gotta love how I start these fights with the obsidian skeleton every time. Just knock the head right off. Like, no. Bad. At least I got a mana vial out of that one. Go ahead and do the thing and head on our way. And we did get the sword fully leveled this time a little quicker because of the fact that, you know, we fought 2 mimics. Which, that was mildly rude. The nested mimic was kind of mean. I'm gonna quickly go back to the crystal so we can see what the sword turns into, and so we can save partway along this time so I don't lose the progress as badly. His situations like that might actually prove to be a setback. That may cost us getting it done today. We'll see. Upgrade my sword. Lyrian Greatsword. 89 instead of like 50 something, I think it was. A relic of the fallen kingdom Lyria, imbued with silver moonlight, a blade of superior quality, but as all things Lyrian were banished, their use in battle is shamed. Well, no one in here is going to be able to tell what I'm holding, so I don't care. Oh, we also picked up the skeleton axe at some point. Doesn't upgrade though, so I don't care. Basically, I'm only gonna focus on using things that can upgrade, just so we get to see as many different weapons as possible. Now I got a bigger sword. And that's what they were talking about with the melting moonlight, by the way. Just in case anybody didn't know that whole situation. Was this before or after I made all of those? I think it would have to be after I made all of those health vials. Actually, not sure where I would check how many of the materials I have other than going into the alchemy menu, which I don't care to do right now. So, I suppose dying that way today really does make that title true, doesn't it? I'm not as smart as I think I am. If that's back to where Cheryl is, over there. Did we look at everywhere that was over there? I feel like we did. Presumably the temple's the important part of this place. Which I'm gonna take a partial prediction credit on the fact that we ended up in a temple after passing the snake gate. Considering that's more or less what I was talking about. Though no snake people, just snakes. And a newbie. Which I think is actually a thing. I want to say there are other jackal-headed things other than Anubis itself, but I'm not up on any of that, so I don't know. Yeah, this sword is definitely making shorter work of... I got their root. What does that do? It's not a directly usable thing, so it must be a ingredient for something. Wait, bonehead. Where'd your head go? Where's your head at, huh? Oh, I knocked your arm off that time. Didn't get a shield or a sword this time, though. Sad days. That's how you know your weapon is stronger, though, is when you can take limbs off of things you didn't take limbs off of before. Because the limbs have damage thresholds and such, as far as I've been able to see. Like, the monster will still take damage, but sometimes you won't be able to take that arm off or such unless you can hit it hard enough. Because I don't think repeated strikes works for that. At least it hasn't seemed like it does. Or rather, it doesn't work as well as having a strong enough attack that you just take it off in one. But that may just be a matter of I can't always land the hits because I'm not really aiming per se. Let's go ahead and save again. We're just gonna have to be a lot more particular about saving just so I don't waste everybody's time. I'm also kind of kicking myself because I'm like, bear in mind, I'm gonna be more careful because these are areas I haven't been to yet. Throws caution to wind, ignoring being poisoned. Doesn't use antidote to remove poison, drops dead. Good job being more careful, dum-dum. Inevitability. Of course, by the same token, I also shouldn't have gotten knocked off there in the first place, so there's that. I'm gonna check all the rooms on this floor again. But I don't feel a compulsion to check the other or upper floors this time. They turned to sand. Yeah, these already have their weapons out, so they might drop their weapons. I guess maybe they are literally just constructs of the sand around here to guard the tombs. This really looks like a secret door. It is so framed and everything. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother climbing up there or doing any of that silly stuff this time. Because more than likely we'll naturally get to those places anyway. And it's really only funny the first time anyway. Wonder what that hallway's meant to be for, aside from a container for a snake. No, you can just dodge that. Okay. Square hitboxes. Ow. Okay, be a little more patient this time. I suppose if I'm really worried about that, I could probably just air dash past these. But what do you know? Just the tiniest bit more patience gets us through there cleanly. What do you know? It didn't seem like there was anything actually interesting down with the snakes. So I'm not gonna intentionally go back down there. They really do hit hard when they manage to hit. And on the bright side, at least it didn't take us long to backtrack to this. Aw, I was just starting to enjoy that track, and now we're back to this one. Which this one's good too, don't get me wrong. Here's our shortcut back to where we came in. I know it's to there, but similar. I see you. Place is jam-packed with traps. Makes me really not want to walk in the middle of any of these rooms. Can't imagine why. Uh-huh. Yep. Yep, that's the thing. Well, there's either a secret exit or we're fucked. Well, squeesh. Good thing we saved a bunch. I could have crystalled out of there probably, but I figured, oh, there must be a way out. But apparently there isn't. So there's probably just a pressure plate I was supposed to see and I didn't. But thankfully, there's only a little bit of walking we have to do, basically. Do. Whack. Bad. Another fire opal. Turn to dust. Return from whence he came. Oh, one of them is just still very slowly turning to sand. I think it was the snake on the upper floor I was hearing otherwise. Wait. After I deal with this snake, I'm gonna take a quick second to check something. This seems like a relatively safe spot for just a moment. That... Okay. Basically, I'd very quickly fired off the going live notifications. I wanted to make sure they actually sent, because I'd closed the pages rather rapidly after sending them off to make sure I didn't have too much clutter. I didn't want them to have not actually posted. So I'm trying to be better about that. Okay, I can clear that with a jump. Whoop. And, whoop. You know, it's kind of for the best that I'm playing the slower guy here, because I feel like my fast character would have immediately gotten sent down the hole. On the bright side, this sword one-shots these, as opposed to needing 2 hits. So this falling down this hole is not as bad a problem either way. Might as well just clear them out in case we do fall again. Oh, poisoned. Sad. Go ahead and heal while I go fetch the antidote this time. Not making that mistake again. Last thing I need is to just randomly fall over and be upset again. I have so much health. Clearly I won't die to poison. I'm gonna keep giving myself shit about that one. Buckle up for that. There's this lower path here, actually. Hold on. Falling down here might have had a purpose. So obviously the upper path led back to where we fell down. Where does this go? Oh, this is where you'd fall if you fell in one of the other sandpit rooms. But is that really all this is for? Is just a haha, you fell down a hole? Like, I was worried that the sandpits would kill me. But I guess that gets rid of that Wait. If both the sandpits aren't connected down here, where does the other sandpit go? That might actually be something we might want to look into. Just where both the sandpits lead, then. Not the biggest fan of that idea, because getting sucked down into the earth really does not seem very appealing. But, you know. Oh, well, that's just rude. Having the output be right there. Come on. I guess they really expect you to be making use of that rock bridge spell here. Or at least some means of jumping these gaps. I think this is the right way. I might have went the wrong way. So I think this is the sand pit that we found down there. The exit of. Yeah, we went the right way. Because now we're up here. And I just gotta not set off the crusher this time. Because I'm very interested in the claw. The claw. But I think I'm gonna be a sensible person this time. And I'm gonna walk out of here and save now that we've opened the shortcut back. Which is what I should have done the first time, but no. I was like, I'll be fine. Slam, die. Sad. Why am I going that way? The exit's literally right over there. I can just clear it with the rock bridge. Because that's where the letters were heading. I pay attention. Sometimes. Because this is how we got in here. Which it's interesting that it wasn't that door we opened. So I guess maybe we opened that door at the end of the sequence in here. And as much as I understand the one crystal per area mentality, because that's how a lot of these were designed, I do wish there were just like a checkpoint or two more just to cut down on the walking a little bit. But again, I could have raised my speed a lot more than I have to make the walking not a problem as well. So that's also on me. I chose this life. On that note, we'll go ahead and raise our run speed slightly more. I'm actively choosing to still be slow, but I'm just like gradually raising it a little bit. I heard one of those things a lot closer than they should be, and I was confused. Hindsight being 2020, though, I should probably have put those 2 points in dexterity rather than speed. Because it makes a little bit of a difference for speed, but our jump height is so sad. I really should get my dexterity up a little bit on the next couple levels. If for nothing else, so that we can get around a little bit better. I was worried that wasn't going to be far enough. This way we don't have to worry about getting set back too far if I fail the crusher trap again. Oh, I think I see. No, I don't see. Okay. I'm not gonna... Wait, I already have them on the bar. Crystal shard away! I think we're okay. I think I got out before we got crushed. We have the Iron Claw. Can level, though. So, on the note of things like this, before I forget for the umpteenth time, let me go take care of the thing in the forest I was telling y'all about that I realized I was stupid. This is on a very similar concept of this might be helpful to have. This is a quick weapon. There's just a quick little bit of common sense I did not even consider when I was looking up at something. Yeah, this does like no damage. It is very fast though. This seems to do about as much if I spam it as it does when I charge it, so I might as well just... Just rip and tear until it's done. But if we head on over here... Get spammed to death. Yeah, you know, that's kind of working, actually. I'm pretty sure our big sword would probably just one-shot them, but it's funny to know that I can just... Yeah, you may remember the problems we were having getting that sword down. Now, let me deal with these guys, and then I'll explain. Yeah, notice these are still very resistant. So that's probably why the claw might be seeming terrible. But I just need to quickly replace that with this for a split second here. Think. You know, the easy answer. Thing up tree, knock thing out of tree. Don't go up there after it. A gold short sword inlaid with silver and sharpened beyond mortal talent. A useful melee weapon created by the skilled craftsfolk of the Elfin Kingdom. 43 starting damage, 40 speed, and it can upgrade. And we could have had this a while ago. We could have had this the first time I walked in here if I just thought about it when I had the crossbow literally on the bar at the time, I'm pretty sure. Because I'd used it to kill a bunch of the things in here. But no, brain just did not click on... So, that wasn't there a moment ago. Was it? Oh, there's the elephant bow too. I forgot how to get that, so I just wasn't even thinking about getting that. But we have both now, so that's good. I'm pretty sure that was another thing I was shown how to get when I first played this and promptly forgot. But obviously, Elfin Bow doesn't upgrade. It's a pretty good bow, though. Obviously, since the crossbow upgrades, I would be more inclined to continue to use the crossbow anyway. But I wanted to go grab at least this sword before I forgot about it again. And now we've done that. So that's all set to right, at least. Now we have big sword and little sword. And little stabby claw as well, if I wish to continue using little stabby claw. For now, I think I'll focus on getting this leveled up instead of the claw. Because this, I think, will be a little more effective for us. And I'm kind of hoping that this will also turn into a magic sword. Is the other reason why I want to upgrade this. So I think I did... I'm not actually sure if I ever got this before. I think I missed looking up at it the last time I played. And the first time I played, I think I either got it and then didn't use it, or I assumed I had to go up and get it. And then never went up to get it. Yeah, that's back where we were. There's either big things swinging or something's flying. That seems bad. We did just save. And our only other path is in here, which is a dead end. So, fingers crossed we survive dropping down. Eek. Ow. Oh, we're down here now. Ah, yeah, it is more of those. Okay. Had a feeling, but I'm like, maybe it's something else. Let's check this room for secret doors before we go anywhere, though. This just seems like a place where there'd be one. Oh, no. Am I actually stuck? Have I actually wedged myself? Not completely. So there's hope. I have another crystal shard, I think, to get me out of this situation. I just don't want to use it, because that's going to mean a lot of walking back again. That's the one I want. That's what I was afraid of. Yeah, the problem is none of this is actually, like, real. So I can't actually build a barrier on it in order to use it as a platform to maneuver. This is what I get for being nosy, huh? Sorry, everybody. Backtracking time is now. Lag. Like, I feel like that's one of those, it's natural to be curious about that, but at the same time, it's like, leave it to me to get stuck in a sand pit and be unable to move. Because I just found the one vertex that you just can't get out of. I'm gonna try to expedite this slightly. Hmm. And a tap, and a hop, tap, pop. Something else I wanted to check. There isn't a further down right now. Okay. I want to make sure that that staircase did end where I thought it ended. Because if I assumed something and we got into another stupid position because I assumed something, I was going to be annoyed with myself all over again. Oh, guess it's through the swinging blade room then after we break our legs again. Wait. Ow. Have I told you lately that I hate it here? Okay. Mood. Huh? Wait. There was a thing. Wait. I'm looking for things. Leave me alone. There was a prompt. There's like a read or something. Am I losing my mind? Am I seeing things? Eh. Staff of Osiris. Well, okay then. Well, it's not a weapon. I assumed weapon because we can get a staff weapon I've had before. A staff that strikes into the ground and calls forth lightning from Osiris upon any enemies who approach. Before Osiris was killed by his brother Seth, he gave these to his loyal servants. Okay. Pressure plate. I don't know what these pressure plates do, and I'm disinclined to find out. Okay, you're not getting up. Well, there's what one of the pressure plates would do. Ah, there's two pressure plates here. Aha! Yee. I ended up bumping that one because I hit the ceiling. So, you come here often? I have a plan. George! That honestly worked better than I thought it would. Yep. I was like, there's no way this is just an empty stairway to nothing. Come on now. And then this blade goes swinging by. Let me make sure there's no secret doors or anything in here, and then we'll look into that. Seems to only very occasionally swing through, so I'll just wait until I see it go. The last thing I need is the second I step through there to be ta-da, slap. Ah. Just don't need that in my life. Am I gonna get weighed against my soul or something here? Or, wait, no, my soul would be what gets weighed. I think it's like your soul against a feather or something. Which really just doesn't seem fair. Yeah, I had a feeling after the first one popped that you were gonna pop out of that one too. Your poison knives. This seems reasonably doable. Well, they do it right. I say as I promptly do it wrong. God damn it. It's very easy to fumble these controls when I'm hitting like 3 buttons at the same time. Try to do something. That might work better. If it stops eating my jump, is the sand is very slidey. God damn it. That might be too far for me to reach. No, I can make it. Eh. Eh. Come on now. Ah! It's so slippery. What is my reward? Ocean elixir. I grabbed it before the chest even opened. I think it was in the middle of opening, which is why the game was willing to credit me with that. Okay. So at least I grabbed myself another max mana increase, I guess. Would you guys be related to the guys over in the Temple of Silence by any chance? So, you know, they weren't really embalmed. They just kind of lost their minds in a very wildly literal fashion. We're leveling this sword up nice and quick. You gonna pop out too? Aha! Yeah, I surprised you this time. Not so funny now, is it? That's just a way back. Or a shortcut in, probably, if you're really creative. Or, more accurately, have higher jump than we do. Huh? I think this is... Yeah, this is the door I was like, why didn't we come back in from there? Ignis Calor. All of that for Ignis Calor, huh? One of the first discovered fire magics uses primordial energy around the caster to raise the temperature of a target. While this spell didn't have much use offensively, it was used to develop many flame spells. Ignores resistance. We're going back to the golden armor. We're going back to the golden armor right now. And I guess that whole temple was just to get the Ignis Calor spell. And to get some of the things we found in there. Like the Staff of Osiris that I'm not entirely sure what it's for. It says it strikes enemies near it, so it might just be a usable item that'll be helpful. Like I just like deploy it and it shoots lightning at enemies. Which means I'm probably never gonna use it. It's like, I've only got the one. Why would I ever use it? Because I never know if I'm gonna need it or not. Wah. Though getting a fire spell that ignores resistance does have its uses to begin with. I wonder if Ignis Calor is also the same spell that killed him. Since it's to raise the temperature of the target. Huh. There we go. Do I need to keep doing it? The fire appears to have gone out. Maybe I just need to let it run its course? Or is he just catching fire by chance? Or maybe it's a matter of I burn the ground. There it goes. Da-na-na-na. Well, apparently I can't pick it up, though. Maybe now we tell Cheryl, like, hey, the armor's fair grab. Well, 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 look at that. I can't believe you got it off him. I'll be able to fetch all sorts of new wares now. Come back later and I'll have some new trinkets for you. Okay. It's probably a matter of I gotta like transition out and back in again and then their shop will have changed. But if they're gonna have new wares, that actually is probably worth it then. But I guess that means we're done here? That feels slightly like we're done here, but we didn't gain anything that would give us access to the prison. We do have the thing we need to get through the archives now, I'm pretty sure. Considering it was a white door we saw, and we have a thing that opens white vampire doors. Let's see if going to her here means she has the trinkets. Ah, thanks for getting that armor for me. I've got all sorts of new things in stock now. Privateer musket and oil lantern. That's all you gained? A peculiar ranged weapon from a lost time. Back when people still braved the corrupted poison sea. Does dark damage. I mean, I guess it's a better ranged weapon. And that is just straight up a lantern, which does seem like it would be useful. Yeah, I can't sell things, so we're kind of SOL on money for the moment. Let's see if he's got any other stories for us while I'm here. I don't recall asking for you, Alchemist. Knock it off. Did I ever tell you about the Great Witch who escaped the Great Well? No. The story goes that there was a child thrown into the well. Orphanages would do this practice regularly to keep from being overwhelmed. But this child was special, for they were quite adept in magic and alchemy. And while still in their childhood, they accomplished what many could not. They escaped the Great Well by astral projection. So I guess the theory that those Great Silence people had was sound. It technically is possible. They projected further than any had done before and made it to the outworld. But they found no solace in the world above, and eventually they returned. As they came back down, they found that their immortal body had perished. They had freedom, but were as a ghost. And the tales speak that they're still down here, helping others and still practicing alchemy. At least, I think that's how it happened. My memory ain't that good. You really want to tell that story right in front of Etna, who may very well be the one you're talking about? You know? You know? Rude. Okay, you're just gonna tell me the same story, huh? Got anything else? Yep, okay. I probably missed the trigger for anything relating to the castle by ending up going there to the next areas first before checking in with him about that. So that might be my bad on that one. If he even had a story pertaining to there, which I figure he would. He seems to have a story about everything. How about you, Demi? You got anything else? Nope. Just being friendly and welcoming as usual. Which is appreciated, but not very productive at the moment. So I guess it's off to the Forbidden Archives to finally show you guys what I was talking about in there this whole time. I suppose in many ways I'm better prepared than I've ever been for coming in here. Which is funny in its own way. I thought there was a read prompt for a second there. Yeah, those who've seen me play this game either time that I did will be familiar with this place. It's also a cheeky jump I've not done for the channel before, but you just jump across here. and you can just open this gate ahead of time. I usually take a different crazy route around, as you guys have seen me do before. But I figure I'll show that one off, because I have done that. I just didn't do it while live. Because, you know, that was too easy. Considering it's just a straight jump. So admittedly, kind of dangerous for this character to do, considering his lackluster jumping capabilities. But it gets us to my target pretty quick. Well, I have two targets, really. The door I'm thinking about, and the gentleman we've seen down here in our previous times down here. In other lifetimes. Go ahead and activate that. Because I believe that elevator is how you're supposed to initially get down here. But we took a shortcut. I thought down there was how I got to the archive section, but I think it's the other elevator I need. Or, you know, you could just be bold and jump off. Because that's the archive room right down there. That's the room we need to go to. Eat. With how much health we have, we can make jumps like that and it's no stress. You notice we're back to dealing with milk snails again as well. I think the layout around here changed a little bit too, because I feel like this was more open before. Don't you run. I want to make sure you're all gone before I try to have this conversation. Notice the dark books all around this guy. You might get an idea what he's for that way. Is that a black-stained book? May I read it? Most gracious of you, Drac. I think since we had a black book before we met him, it kind of bypassed his greeting. Come back soon and I'll tell you what knowledge it held. Bye. Because that's his whole thing. He'll read the black books for you and give you rewards based on... I don't know if it's based on the count of books you've given him, or if each specific book has a specific reward tied to it. But that's how you get a few spells and potentially some other stuff. The only thing I ever got from him was one spell, I think. Which proved to be somewhat interesting, but nothing to write home about. Problem is, I don't remember exactly where that door was. I'm pretty sure it was near where Daedalus is, which is why I jumped down here. Here's where the brains from all of those mummies ended up, by the way, in case anybody was wondering what happened to the minds of all of those great silence people. They flew away, and some of them ended up here. Presumably pursuing more knowledge in order to be able to find a way out. And there's the Chimera, the thing that made a clip for me so long ago by scaring the shit out of me. As you can see, nowhere near as scary as it used to be, because we are so much stronger than we've ever been when I fight this thing. Because we've gone through a lot more by now in this reality. Is we're here when we're supposed to be here, presumably, instead of early. Because I'd most definitely come here early a few times. I'm just quickly clearing everything out, making sure I'm not missing anything productive. Yeah, it leads back to Daedalus. I don't remember what his timer is. There is a timer, obviously, before he'll give you the thing from the book. Just don't remember, like I said, how long that timer is. So we won't worry about coming back to see him immediately or anything. When I was looking at the map, I also did find a secret wall that I don't know if I ever found before, but I don't remember where that secret wall was on the map either. I just know that there is one around somewhere. Which is not actually useful information if you think about it. Because there's always secret walls around. It's also something I never tried on this. Oh yeah, I have Ignis Calora in my hand already. Okay, now. I wanted to see if burning this would work, because that was something I don't think I ever tried. And it's possible that Ignis Calor is the only fire spell that doesn't work on that, but I'm not going to worry about it. You can also sit on the benches, that's why you saw that sit prompt pop up. But we've got business to be about. I'm taking a certain degree of satisfaction in destroying those quickly, I must say. Because those things had caused me quite a bit of grief in the past. Not as much as the Chimera, but definitely some. There's that picture again. I think this is why it bugged me, is that I saw it here before. I wonder if that's supposed to be like your hint that there's a vampire thing here. Okay, this leads back into the main room. But why? Wait, wasn't there a wooden thing, like, right here a second ago? What? What? Did removing the illusion also remove the wooden thing? If so, that actually helps, because that opens up the path there. Because that'll be a quicker way to get back and forth to Daedalus, I think. Which I assume he's not done reading already, but I'll check with him since I'm here. Hello. Still reading. Goodbye. I think I need to take this elevator to get to where the door I want is. This place is also fairly small, as you've seen. You've seen the majority of this area already. Yeah, this is a part we haven't been in yet, because there's still floating brains hanging around. This sword's also ready to upgrade, but I'd rather go find the next crystal before I worry about that. Another Chimera. There we go. I wanted to poison his head off of there, just so he can't poison me and be annoying that way. Light urn. That's how I knew about light urns before we got the one we did find, by the way. Yeah, I think this is the first chimera I ran into. Oh, it was a blue door, not a white door. Either way, we have the thing for that anyway. Before we do that, just quickly pop my head over here because there is something around the corner here that I recall. Just guarded by a couple snails. That was weird. Body was following me for a second after it was dead. Late reveal. This shows you the stats of enemies in case you're interested in that. There's also an item way over there. I forget what that is. Guess we could go get it. I don't... No, there's another elevator. Let's just move on. If people are super curious about any of the things in this area other than what I've shown off, you can look at the earlier playthroughs or play the game yourself, which you should do. History of the Ages, Volume 20, Excerpt 3. Later, when the Golden Lance began to take rule and Lyria was mostly destroyed, Prince Krilal vanished the entire Felinu castle. The castle was eventually discovered during the Crusades and became a focal point for the conflict. However, since its vanishing, its servants had been turned, and its prince had amassed an army of creatures who succeeded in defending it. We've already dealt with all of that. Which, that's probably meant to be your hint that Fanu Castle is the key to that door. Which I think I remembered, but not actively. Latus Chasm is another place I've never been to. And I already hate it here. Falling bodies meant to tell you you need to climb down. You know, I said I hate it here already. Yeah, this is why I hate it, because I had a feeling it was going to be one of these areas where you're doing a lot of verticality. And your price of failure is death. Please. Please. Okay. Hang on. Hang on. There's a smarter option here. A couple smarter options, really. I could start dropping some coffins. I could use a rock bridge. I can use barrier. Basically, anything to ensure that I don't have to make too crazy a move here. There we go. Up. And up. Shit. That's a problem. Okay. We might want to actually use coffin a little bit, because that drops a bit closer. Myself. Said that drops a bit closer to myself. God damn it. I can't help but notice that none of those plans have worked. Also, note how little of my health coffin is taking compared to the fact that it killed me when we were using it before. That's how much more health we have. I think that's just not gonna work. I think that's just not gonna help. So that leaves barrier. Except I'm still on coffin because I once again didn't double click. So I only need just like a little bit of a leg up. Oh, the coffin's just down there. Huh. If I jump and point at my feet, can I put a barrier underneath myself? Can. Not really the one I meant to, but... yeah. Like, do I just straight up have to have enough dexterity for this? If so, we might be at a bit of an impasse, because I also don't have any crystal shards. And all of these spells seem to have a set distance they travel before they'll take hold. Oh, fuck me. Okay. At least we didn't die. We got that going for us. Yeah, you know, I was real worried that I was gonna run into a dexterity problem at some point. I may have to just start being bold and actually using Wind Dash. And hoping that it works. Ugh. That launch is why I'm worried about using Wind Dash, though. No, 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 no. No. No, no, no. Shit. Ow. Welcome to Getting Over It, Lunacid Edition. I have to wonder if there's a spell I missed somewhere that would make this a lot more doable. So I could have swore there was a jump assisting spell somewhere. But I may also just be out of practice with doing wind dashes properly. Okay. We're up here now. As I have, like, perpetual clench moments trying to get through this. Yeah, that just casts too damn far. That just doesn't help. I don't know if I'm just, like, casting it wrong, or if it just doesn't help here. This really seems like exactly the place you'd want it for. That's underneath it. That doesn't help. Oh, no, 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 no. 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 Well, that's the exact opposite of what I want. If I let go of these spells in the wrong order, I'm in trouble. God damn it. Damn it. Literally just need like the tiniest bit more dexterity, and this place would be a cakewalk, I think. Instead, I'm like in perpetual heart attack mode getting through this. Don't mind me just nestling myself into walls. Shit. That's a death. Oh hey, I found all my coffins. I'm gonna be buried in one of them. So, care to guess why I'm unhappy about how that played out? I'll give you a hint. It involves the fact that we're gonna have to go back through that entire archive again now. Because I didn't save anywhere in there. Because I didn't expect a death pit jump to be the next area. I feel like that's a little harsh. A little bit harsh. Also seeing something slightly strange, so I'm just checking on something right quick. Yeah, no idea what's going on with that. Oh well. Probably just Twitch being Twitch again. I do have 20 silver. Were you selling crystal shards? I forget. You are not, right. Otherwise I would have a bunch of them. We are at 95 experience, but we did gain a level when we were going through in here last time as well. This does tell me, though, that I need to raise our dexterity. So what I think I'll do on our way through here is grind a little extra and get our dexterity up. To make that area more reasonable. I feel like I was warned at some point that dexterity was going to be important at some point. And I was like, no, it'll be fine. I just need a little bit and then I'll be able to clear most jumps. It'll be okay. Yeah, those jumps are brutal. I'm gonna just go ahead and show you guys what's over here since I skipped this entire area over here before. Since we're gonna need the experience anyway. And honestly, it's a good thing to get this ocean elixir anyway. I also like the music here in particular. Oh yeah, and I forgot some of the other History of Ages books because I read them last time, but not this time. The first age of magic ended with while the moonlight continued to fall, carving its way into the earth, and after a series of corrupt rulers and mages, mankind grew to distrust magic. They began sending them back to Lyria by throwing them into the cascading silver liquid. Because presumably Lyrian mages were the ones who made it a necessity for the moon to be melted in the first place. Wasn't there a thing on top of this, I think? No. There's just a way to drop down onto here. Well, guess down we're going now anyway. I got so used to skipping a good chunk of this place that I don't actually remember the proper pathing entirely anymore. But I think the main thing we missed was just that thing that was over there. So, it's probably fine. But as you can see, you just pop back up here, and that's the other way you can open that gate. We still ended up skipping a chunk. Oh, wait. There was a book back here. After the brief second age of magic, the Great Well was constructed, directly over the hollowed void from the barely seeping moonlight. 3 of the great kingdoms formed a trust banishing most magic. They together founded a new feudal rule, the Golden Lance, over the ruins of Lyria. Because, you know, God forbid they move somewhere else or anything like that. No, they have to build it on top of where Lyria was. Don't they ever learn that things like that usually mean something's going to come back around eventually and be a problem? I mean, I guess, considering the whole poison mist situation, maybe there is nowhere else available anymore. But still, just seems like such a questionable idea. You know, what do I know? I'm just a guy who walks around stabbing things. No, we got to this door a shorter way, at least. But we're not going to go back in there quite yet. Now that we know what that's about, we're not going in there lightly. God damn it. I actually did not want to take the main head off because of exactly what just happened. Because I was getting poisoned. Because obviously not having the main biting head means all the other attacks are a lot more likely to happen. Okay, we almost have 2 levels stored up. Which, that's the other upsetting thing about how that played out, is we probably had enough levels from running around in here that we could have gotten enough dexterity to make that not be as big an issue as it was. Which I think that might actually be the real reason that I'm slightly salty about that death, is because it was a wholly avoidable death if I just turned around instead of continuing forward for just a moment. But my silly stubborn ass decided, no, forward, it'll be fine. Nothing can stop the great knight except gravity. Thud. And thus a lesson was learned this day, that gravity is stronger than any monster. This should take us down toward where Daedalus was. Then we can drop off his book, go all the way around, do all that stuff again. Sword's fully charged, so we'll go ahead and put that away. When we hit up the checkpoint, we'll also upgrade the sword and see what it turns into. There we go, that's better. Yeah, now we got 2 levels stocked up so far. Now we're back here again. Because that was where we initially went up. And this should be Daedalus's book room. Yeah. So basically, the only place we haven't been is where that secret passage was. Where all the extra eyeball men were. Which I've misplaced, and honestly, I'm not that fussed about finding that again, because there was nothing in there that we found. We also didn't go back up and get the light reveal spell, but also not that worried about getting that either, if I'm honest. It, in theory, could lead to us getting up to a third additional level. Which might be important. But... now, well, we're here. I guess I'll do it, because I rounded the right corner to get into here again. I'm kind of autopiloting through this place. And using the greatsword, we are just one-shotting the eyeballs, so it's not like they're an issue. Can't even really factor them as an inconvenience. They are giving a lot of experience, though, for how quickly they're being disposed of. And we got to this a lot quicker. Oop. Bonk. So I think that'll be like 6 points of dexterity we're getting. We just need to pop back up here, and I believe the checkpoint's literally like right there. This is why I was kicking myself so hard about this, is the checkpoint was so close. I could have just walked up there right quick, and it wouldn't even have taken long to save and make sure I didn't have to redo any of that. But no, once again, I'm like, nah, it'll be fine. Regret immediately ensued. It's assuming I went the right way. Somewhere around up here is the door. Our way to the checkpoint. I think this is actually where the ocean elixir was. I think I went the wrong way. Maybe, maybe not. No, I went all the way around to where the crystal was, just the long way around. There we go. We've more than doubled our dexterity, but you'll notice it didn't raise our jump height that much. Like, it's decently higher, but it's only 0.6 up from where it was. So we still might not be able to clear those jumps. Considering we were missing by a decent margin on some of them. So it may be worth our while when we go warp back to come back here and grind a little bit just to get at least one more level. We are past the level my last character stopped at. So that is also a thing to think about. Elfin Longsword. Which is still 51. Oh, wait, no, wasn't it 40 something and now it's 51? And it slowed down. You know, I don't think it's that incredible then. I was hoping it would turn into like a lightning sword or a holy sword or something. It's definitely faster than the Lyrian Greatsword by a decent chunk. It's almost got as much reach. I don't know, I'm not blown away by that. I'll be honest, it's solely because it's non-magical. I don't need two non-magical swords. I really need a secondary weapon that's magical of some kind. Just to make sure I can deal with any enemies that show up that are magic. So far the Vampire Hunter Sword is still my backup choice. I'll put the Iron Claw back on and get it leveled up. See if it turns magical somehow. Though with it starting at 13 damage, I have some concerns about that idea. But it should at the very least be reasonably quick to level. Yeah, especially actually if I just do punch spam. I'm just watching the experience meter go up. Hey, Tiny. Hope everything's been going fine with you. We've been dying a bunch today, so we're not in the best spot. But we've gotten through an entire vampire castle and all kinds of neat things like that, so overall positive? Question mark? I'm just grinding to get a little bit more jump height because of a chasm we're having issues getting across. And books are a convenient way to get weapon experience for the claws, so I'm just ripping the books apart. Books aren't worth a lot of regular experience, though. Yeah, that whole vampire castle was the area I was telling you I had been completely missing somehow. This turns out I just had to use that one blood spell I have to open the door to that place. Never even considered it, never realized it. And until this morning. There we go, claws leveled up. Oh, you want to play like that, huh? Come here. Oh yeah, that place was great. Aha! Crystal shard I missed. Yeah, we'll just pop back up this elevator. And then we can get this claw upgraded and see if it turns into a magic weapon or not. If it doesn't, then we'll just be putting the Vampire Hunter Sword back in my other hand and we'll hope for the best. Didn't get enough experience to level, which is unfortunate. Am I going the same way I went last time? I think I am. Which means it's time to cheat. Completely unnecessary, honestly. This is the same direction I went before, yeah. But we're getting through it a little quicker. And no reason to save the MP because we're gonna be touching a save point anyway. Bong. Yeah, we found a whole lava area, which led into a weird Egyptian area. We found a prison we can't do anything with. We died in that Egyptian place a bunch because traps were screwing me over. Steel Claw. That doesn't sound very magic. But it does upgrade again. Okay. The main thing seems to be it has a slightly better gauntlet, and now it has a third claw. Okay. Yeah, basically, that's the prison over there. That's the hot place. That's the vampire castle. These are all the places you've seen me go to and regret life choices in before. And of course, you've seen this place before, though you may not have been actively paying attention when we were there before. And these are the places I'm trying to get into at this point. Yeah, I may as well just go back in there and punch a few things again. I was debating whether I'd get more experience going to one of the other places. It's just kind of fun clawing up the books. And it's hard to argue with free mana vials. I think I still didn't drop off a book with Daedalus at all, did I? Not after the death. For the Lost Kingdom of Lyria. Okay. Just poking his eyes out. Yeah, I'm not sure if spamming is more effective or doing quick charges with this thing. These both seem pretty quick. So the spamming seems to get more weapon experience, so I should probably just be spamming like a madman. Because you get weapon experience each hit. So in theory, spamming them to death is the way to get all the hits you'd need. Well, this is a familiar situation I find myself in. Yes, yes, do your blood mist. Try to shoot your laser beam at me. Come here, you. That's what I think of you. Okay, so that got us enough regular experience. Just the weapon experience is going to take too long at this point because it's a higher tier weapon now. But I can get myself a little bit of catharsis ripping and tearing through things here before we'll get our level of dexterity that I intended to get. Gotta imagine it's really weird and goopy to be punching a snail. Get out of there. Fine, I'll just put my fist in there. I don't care. And afraid of what you're hiding in your shell. Yes, it's a black book. Take it. You do that. Almost got 2 levels. Of course, the delay on them actually dropping the things they're dropping. Hey, we got the ice spell. So I guess it wasn't a total loss to come back. Between getting the ice spell and actually remembering to drop the book off with Daedalus after the cliff death. So there's that at least. Believe my exit's right over here. Yeah. I'm starting to get my feel for the layout of this place. We'll grab our one more level, and if we still have trouble climbing that cliffside, we'll probably get another level or two and hope for the best from there. So I am jumping noticeably higher after the, like, 6 points of dexterity we added. I just don't know if it's enough. All these mana vials will be very helpful as well. I just need to kill like 2 more things, I think, to get that level. Can I find like 2 more things conveniently? I mean, I suppose I could just like literally just reset the area right quick. Yeah, because that brings us up to jump 5.1. Yeah, because the game won't even question, like, oh, you want to warp to the same place you're at? Okay, we'll do that. Reloading. But since we were like 11% away, the 2 Necronomicons right here should be enough to put us over. Yeah, there we go. And then it's just a matter of walking back over to the vampire door, getting through there, and then hopefully being able to succeed in climbing this stupid cliffside. And that gave me such a headache. Just remember, I added this jump height out of necessity. I did not choose this, since this was supposed to be Captain Slowboy with no jump, but we don't have a choice here. The only way we clear this section seems to be having decent enough jumping. Oh, here we go. It's time for the awful canyon again. The much less well advertised equivalent to the Grand Canyon. And hop. You can see immediately why I'm like, this place sucks. Hate it here. These jumps definitely do feel safer and easier with the dexterity I've added, though, so I think we might be okay. We got here, and this is where we started running into trouble. And since I'm just natively making these jumps now, I think we're in business. This one's still a little sketch. There we go. Shit. Finger slipped. Come on. This is the one we were having trouble with, so if I can just get past this, perfect. Okay, I'm happy. That was literally all that was keeping us from getting up here, apparently, was that one stupid jump. Oh, look, a ladder, because that's an improvement over all the jumping and stupidity we've been doing. I clearly trust this immensely. Temple of Wind. I assume we've made it to the other end. And I'll be blunt with y'all. If there's anything hidden in this jumping nightmare over here, I ain't looking for it. I ain't doing it. No, thank you. That's probably gonna be important. That's a translation. And I hit the microphone. My bad. I was grabbing my phone quickly. Trying to get a picture of this sequence here. Because I assume those line up with each other. Like A is the not quite A looking thing in the top left, and etc. from there. So we'll see how that plays out. If that ends up actually being useful. So I don't know if those were the letters that were floating past us in that Egyptian place, or if that's gonna be a whole other translation thing I need to do at some point. Dear traveler, please do not be bothered by my corpse. I went out searching for blessed wind, but in the end I could not take the leap of faith it required. Might come back to that after a save point. Just gonna say that. I ain't considering that right now. No way. But I presume that's the leap of faith he is inferring. Great well surface. Wait, we're at the top? Made it to the surface? That looks like death. Ditto with that. You know, if the surface was this easy to get to, I feel like there's something wrong here. It's also really quiet here. Then again, I suppose this is the surface of the well. It's not like the outworld. There's Demi. Oh yeah, there's the top of the well right there. Oh, hey, Drac. You ever wonder why so many strive to get up there? Yeah, kind of. I just don't understand. Looks just as bad out there. It's filled with needless torment and fighting, and it's all so bright it burns my eyes. Well, that might just be you've been down here too long, / you are kind of, you know, demon-ish. So that might have something to do with that last part. But I agree with the first part. And I'm not a fan of bright light either, so I'm kind of with you either way. Anyway, hope you're doing well. Here, take some crystal shards. It's a long way back down. I might head back too. Staying here too long makes me sad. Thank you. That actually solves my crystal shard problem, so that was incredibly helpful. Oh. Well, that might be why people didn't get out this way anytime quick, huh? They kind of got shot. Please tell me I didn't come up here for nothing. I can't help but feel that I didn't learn anything. Okay. Nothing helpful there. So there's like not even a save point or anything up here. Was this really just pointless? Was this just to teach you that getting to the surface isn't the answer? There really does seem to be just a whole lot of nothing here. And based on the fact that you get a bunch of crystal shards and Demi specifically says it's a long way back down, does kind of imply that that's all we got. Okay, I'm gonna check it. Because I don't want to waste anyone's time on that. Just give me a second. Okay, aside from the leap of faith, there's nothing else in the chasm. Okay, there is, judging from the wiki, no reason to be here. And fun fact, those holes take you back down to Hollow Basin if you fall down them, but you'll probably die. So this was completely irrelevant. This was a, like, completely side path area. Huh. Or, the wiki might not be fully updated. That is also a possibility. I'm gonna check the maps I have as well to make sure that they agree. Right. The only thing's there, yeah. Those all just lead to Hollow Basin. We did miss a couple things in one of the other places. I'm just doing a quick skim through the areas we've been through to make sure I'm not missing anything vital. Problem is, this map list doesn't include the prison at all, so I feel like this map list isn't up to date. Yeah, no, this was last updated in February. Yeah, this has a lot more areas. This is probably a more up-to-date map list. I don't want to look at maps and things like that because, again, I want to discover everything myself, but these couple areas seem like they're ones I have to check because I would be spending so much time just falling to my death in these areas trying to figure out if there's anything here, and that would just be such a waste of my time and everyone else's. Yeah, because there's a pathway into that area from there, but I'm pretty sure that area is optional. I'm not gonna worry about getting in. God damn it. Yeah, there's nothing required in there. Ah, there we go. Here's a nice map of what area is connected to what, since we've encountered all of the areas at this point, for the most part. Actually, no, there's one other side path out of the castle we haven't been to yet either. We may still not finish this game today, because I'm just having a hell of a time figuring out how to make my way forward. Because I figured, oh yeah, since this is an area we haven't done anything in yet, clearly this must contain something that gets us moved forward. But it doesn't. So we may as well just crystal out of here, as we were provided the crystals to do so. Maybe something changes now that we've seen that area. Maybe it's like a flag for something to happen. Yeah, you still have the new stuff from me giving you that armor, but other than that, nothing else. You got anything else to say, Skeleman? You told me about the Wicked King of Rats, I think. Tell me again anyway, just in case. Yeah, this was the Starving Kingdom magic thing, yeah. Okay, he's fixated on that one now. So let's think for a second. In theory, we've now cleared through what we can do here. Aside from giving Daedalus whatever black books we can find and getting the spells he gives, but as far as I'm aware, that only gives more spells and none of them are required. There's potentially another area to Fanu Castle that I didn't find somehow, judging from the interconnections. Let's see. It seems like our path forward is through the prison. That's the only way we can make any further progress in terms of the main line of what we need to do. But for those that weren't here earlier, if there's anybody who hasn't seen this, I'm going to show you why I'm confused by the prison, and maybe I'll end up spotting something I didn't the last time we were here as well, so it might work itself out. This is the prison. Nice big old prison. Locked. 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 And there's the jailer with his bleed beam. So we knock his head off. So, you know, he's disposed of. Maybe I'm supposed to, like, break the window? No. It's like, I have to assume I missed something here. It's the only thing I've got left. Is either we missed something here, or there's an item I'm supposed to have gotten somewhere. That's a neat effect. Like, that door's locked. Locked. This one's not locked, but it sure as hell ain't opening. Unless that isn't death down there, and that's where I've been going wrong. Yep, that's what I did wrong. Okay. We're literally just meant to drop down here. Okay. It was dark enough that it looked like void to me. That's why I didn't trust that. That's on me. At least now we're making forward progress again. Does mean I actually didn't have to look up anything, but it's fine. We didn't learn anything that was pivotal either way. We just learned a couple things that saved me time. Cloth bandage. Kind of half expected that door to shut behind me somehow. I don't know if he's like working on that body, trying to stitch it back together, or if he's eating it. We'll find out, I guess. There's a body ball. That's a thing. I thought the arm moved, but it was the bugs flying around in there. So I guess much like the desert temple, all I had to do was fall down a hole that I thought was gonna kill me. I guess I should have assumed that, considering exactly what I just said. But, you know, you don't really want to just jump in pits. That really never seems like a good idea. I admittedly became slightly more gun-shy about that kind of thing just because of the fact that we died a bunch already this session. So I was trying to cut down on unnecessary deaths. Which, hurling myself down a hole would definitely count as an unnecessary death. There we go. Dealt with more creepy guys. And let me guess, this is the... Yep, the Terminus prison key. So I presume I can open all the cells and things now. There's also this. Ah, that's why the first track is as above, so below. Let's go back and open any of the cells we can open on the floor we're on. And then we'll come back to Creepy Land. Though unless we fly through the remaining parts, this might not actually end up getting finished today. Because we're at 4 hours now, and I really don't want to go crazy long. Yeah, I think he was eating that. Oh, it's Garrett. Oh, glory, Drac. Those masked guards thought I was some mere prisoner. And before I knew it, I must have passed out from blood loss. I woke up trapped here, and worst of all, my hammer's missing. You should meet me back here, should you find it. That's what you're worried about? The fact that you lost your hammer? Not that you were eating a corpse? You got some blood right there, by the way. Which begs the question how you were eating... You know what, never mind, I don't want to know. Hey, as it turns out, I'm probably better off not thinking about that. Though, the other option is he might have been turned, having fought with the vampire lord. That's also a possibility. He might be a vampire now. Ironic, considering he was from the very group that wanted vampires and such gone. You know, as those things tend to happen, really. I'm gonna destroy all vampires. Shit, I'm a vampire now. Yeah, had a feeling. It was either gonna try to grab me and drag me in there, poison me, any number of awful things like that. Curiosity. Sorry, what? Oh? All right. Knock it off. You know, I said I hated here about the other area with all the height and scary and concerning. I think I hate it here more. I think I might actually hate it here more. 'Cause this place is just very unfortunate. I feel like I should have this fire spell ready to go from when I drop down here. No? Just light that coffin up as a torch. Yep, I hate it here. What the fuck is this? Why is it making weird noises at me? Hold that thought, weirdo. Be with you in just a second. Oh, you shoot through walls, huh? That's great. Love that for you. Ceratus Lunam. Okay. I really just don't feel like I want to get close to whatever that is. I feel like it's gonna do an awful thing if I'm near it. But this crossbow is also not exactly super effective. Okay, where did that come from? That was not there before. I guess I must have just gotten just near enough to... Oh, no, he makes those. He also summons coffins, apparently. Okay, good for you. Well. That was a whole thing. You can definitely tell we're getting closer to the end of the game because shit's getting weird. Like, it's getting extra spooky and extra weird. The side order of, oh my god, I'm going to die. No. It's a little nicer here. Which means this must be a trap. I'm gonna get up to the top of this and something's gonna scream at me and the stairs are gonna disappear. Or it leads back to the checkpoint. Actual good news for a change. Considering things are getting stronger again, it's time for us to get stronger too. And we have the key now, so let's go ahead and open all the cells up here as well before we go back down below. See if there's anything vitally important up here. Looks like your typical evil prison fare so far, though. Tortured corpses, abandoned bodies, the whole 9 yards. Just not even gonna bother opening that. You've just been locked back here the entire time. Did you just piss off the other jailers? Is that the thing? Did they just leave you here, Joey? I don't know why I called him Joey. I've just decided his name is Joey. Oh, we got a broken lance now. I guess that's a good thing. Large spear with a broken tip, typically used by cavalry or knights back when foes were larger and less nimble. Yeah, you know, that checks out. It does upgrade, so presumably we can turn it back into, like, an actual lance and see if that's any good. Okay, fine. Oh. Dead guy this time. Poke, poke. Poke, poke. Hi. Lupine skeletons, huh? Oh, they have slows. They're not super dangerous. They're just kind of unfortunate. Anyway, would like to stop being slowed down now. That'd be great. Were they actually guarding anything? Nope, this was just a trap room. Great. Slow ride. There we go. Nothing here. There might be secret doors in some of those rooms, but I don't know. I'm more interested in this. Oh, good. I'm putting my back to a wall in case it somehow knocks me back. I didn't want to get knocked off of here to my death. So I don't know if I'm going the right way or not, but we're going this way right now. The world twists around me and through me. What victory lies in outliving times if I too will change with them. I've lost Lyria, I've lost my humanity, and I've become brittle, cold, and precise in death. One of the Lyrian vampires, I presume. Or a Lyrian mage who found another way to transcend death. This door's broken. There's prizes. Looks like there might be like a hole or something over there, so probably a secret door along the way here somewhere. Hi. You guys just keep doing what you're doing. I'm going this way. Can't believe I got away with that. Hi. Oh, this is not ideal. I'm glad I healed when I did. That would have been very bad. So I was like, okay, I hear 2 dogs, 3 dogs. There might be 4. Oh no. What is that? Oh, that's his hammer. The hammer of cruelty, huh? Iron hammer fashioned around the compressed corpses of fallen moon beasts. Cursed with many odd incantations that bind the user to an unknown will. Does split dark and light damage. Well now, Garrett, I knew you had some weird shit going on with you. You got a creepy hammer of compressed corpses. That does insane damage. So, you know, duly noted, I do not get Garrett on Garrett's bad side unless I'm the one still holding the hammer. If he's holding the hammer, he's my best friend. Moon petals. I miss the wind and the rain, painful as it was. I miss the sky and the people, hurtful as they were. I will leave the only way I can, leaving this body behind. This might be the witch that we were told the story about, and there's also tons of moon petals here. So maybe that's why that great witch had figured out a way to astral project out of here, is because they're imprisoned. They may as well at that point, because why stay in a body that's just going to eventually rot away in a cell when you can leave? Yeah, you ain't gonna be able to tell your friends anything with that head, are you? Bad dog. No, 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 no. was really hoping he wouldn't slow me down again. God damn it. Hey, hey you. Hey, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna eat you. It's pretty funny how when you knock their head off and break their candle, all they can do is just try to swat at you with their robes, like, I'm gonna get you. I'll slap you. Oh, this looks important. Nothing could possibly go wrong from pulling this, right? Oh, a cutscene. Not often we get to see one of those. I don't like that I did that. I would like to undo doing that. That seemed like a bad thing I did. That seemed like a really bad idea. Of course, one dog summons other dogs. That just makes sense. Knock it off with that bleed beam. Nobody likes that. Oh, that's his mask I just flicked. Huh. That's a thing. Hmm. Oh. No. Bleed beam. No fire either. You've shown you can't be trusted with that. Just like I can't be. Hmm. Well, I suppose I can be trusted with it if everybody that isn't supposed to be dead is miles away. That's neither here nor there. Cloth bandage. Does those cure the, you know, bleeding that gets caused by the bleed beam? I'm gonna keep calling it that, too. I don't care what it's actually supposed to be. To my mind, it will always be the bleed beam now. Things are hitching a little bit, and I don't know why. Everything seems okay, though. But if anybody sees something weird, let me know. I mean, other than what's on screen. There's a lot of weird on screen. Hi? Friendly? Well, it acknowledges my presence. Turns to look at me. I can't appear to talk to it, though. I'm just gonna go. I don't want to hit that, because I feel like that's not what I'm supposed to do with that. I also kind of don't want to get obliterated in crazy blue fire today. Another one with a corpse in it. One of those is going to have something good in it. There has to be one of those that has something useful. His arm disappeared. I thought he was trying to grab me when I was walking by. But to just be, you keep your hands to yourself, young man. So I guess we go back down to the bottom now that we did the lever pull heard around the world that may have led to absolute disaster. There's the ladder. I was like, where's the ladder? Still don't know how to feel about the angel question mark that's impaled here. It might just be a man that they stuck wings on, though, so there's options on that, and I don't know which option I'm happier with, honestly. I think neither. I think I just don't like any of the options that came to mind for that situation. Especially when you consider the added layer of whatever that was might still be alive. It's just, you know, not exactly functional anymore. So that thought process leads to a whole other awkward layer of moral questions. And physical questions, and metaphysical questions, as existential questions. You know, just all kinds of things I don't want to think about. starting to get a little cold in here, so I was throwing my sweatshirt back on. Which is also why I was just keeping a line of BS rolling while I stared at the crystal. Now, presumably that big gate was somewhere down here, since the floor here is the same as the floor we saw around that gate. I just don't remember seeing it. But I also got out from down here as quick as I could, so there's that. This also explains why Cheryl was selling a lantern, though. The lantern probably would be kind of handy down here. It's a little dark. I don't know how well you guys can see. I can see well enough to defend myself. And that's about the extent of it. If they intended this music to make people uncomfortable, I think they thoroughly succeeded. Just like if they intended this thing to make people uncomfortable. Pretty sure they succeeded on that one, too. Because I thoroughly dislike looking at that. Whatever that is supposed to be. Just a globe on legs with tentacles sticking out of it. Fishing spear. Not sure why that's here, but okay. Long spiked harpoon from before the ages of magic, used by militia to fight huge primordial fog beasts and designed to be either held like a spear or thrown like a javelin. Type can be switched by pressing block. Scales with dexterity. Neat. So I think I found myself a new ranged weapon. We don't have the best dexterity to scale with it, but its damage is already listed at 60, so that's not bad. I do have to switch it every time, though, which is not ideal. And it doesn't upgrade. But in a place like this, I think I'm gonna operate under the beggars can't be choosers prospect at the minute. Another holy water. Wait, there's a thing to read. Where? It's right here somewhere. There it is. What am I to do? Though I tear and maim, the creatures of the abyss are always growing. I no longer recognize myself or my foes as we once were. Yeah, you deal with monsters long enough, you're gonna become a monster too. That is a thing. I can almost jump back out of here. Those are some damn big fishing spears. I don't know why they make such high squeaky noises. It definitely makes me infinitely less scared of the infected corpses when you spear them and you go... Not that I'm scared per se, but I'm thoroughly upset looking at some of these things. They are kind of disgusting. I think I'm on the right track of where I'm supposed to be going. There's a signpost. The Green Asylum. Okay. Music's gone. What has it got to do with me? I have them all. They died. But no, 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 no. Not while I'm here with a room aplenty. Okay. Okay. What? That looks like it's just gonna crush me. No, thank you. Not that interested. Not that curious. Disinclined against getting crushed, as it turns out. I think that's just another obsidian skeleton. Yeah. Hey, buddy. Give me your sword this time? Yeah? Gonna give me your sword? No? Maybe? Obsidian poison guard. Well, I got the shield back that we lost. Hooray? Question mark? Whole lot of bony boys down here. I suppose it's a bit of a reprieve compared to what we were dealing with above here. I do kind of wish there was music, though. Oh, man. No, I'm not following them. Not falling for it. They want to run off, I'm going the other way. They run off and something bigger is waiting around that corner to screw my whole day up. So frail, chipped on unripe bone, pain, but as a friend anyway. It's nice to have a friend down here. So somebody down here was sitting there making skeletons, thinking that were their friends. Oh, there's the dogs that ran. They came back. Oh, and I was right to a degree. They came back with a big friend. Just not that concerning a big friend, particularly. I am running out of healing, though, which is a concern. Because we're kind of getting mobbed a bunch here. Yeah, we are actually just running out of healing. Okay. I wanted to see if I had any earth elixirs left. Turns out I don't. I'm kind of glad we came down here as Captain Beef instead of some of my more glass cannon-y setups, though. Because with these tight corridors, dodging really ain't a thing we can do. Get a load of this guy just crammed in this tunnel here. Dick move. I think he's where the dogs were running to before. Also, our lunacy is definitely up, which is not helping our cause in terms of surviving, since we're not using magic to take advantage of the increased magic damage. We're getting increased experience, though. So, Ray? Question mark? This place is dingy and just kind of awful. I can almost smell this place. Once again, glad nobody ever developed smell-o-vision for streaming. Well, well. Rhea Moon, thank you for the raid. Hope your stream went well. Welcome in, everybody. Let's get you shouted out right here. There we go. So what were you up to today? Ah, Dark Souls. Works out perfectly, then. How'd that work out for you? And welcome in, everybody, to Lunacid, where I've been kind of lost again down in the prison. Hopefully everyone that came in along is doing well as well. Glad to hear it. I don't think there's anything I have that'll actually help here at all. Yeah, that's usually the way that pans out. You either or accept the sorcerer life, or you grab big club and everything gets smoother. That's more or less what I'm dealing with right now. Is the last setup I had for this game was primarily magic based, and it was going fine. Then 1.0 came out, and I'm like, you know what? Bonk with big sword. And now here we are in the like third to last area of the game, I'm presuming. Just trying to figure out where I'm supposed to be down here. I do apologize if I'm being a bit quiet. I'm both trying to parse what I'm doing and a little tired. Just gonna start breaking those to mark where I've been again. I usually do that, but I was forgetting this time. Yeah, we have read that note already, so I've been here. You may come to notice that a lot of these hallways look a little bit the same. No, it actually only hit 1.0 right before this Halloween. It's just built to be as the old Kingsfields and such that predated Dark Souls. They took a lot of inspiration from that, and the visual style also came along for the ride. Which, if you ever wanted to try that style of game, I would recommend this one, because it controls significantly better than any other instance of its type. Now, that's going to loop back where I was. Now, as far as things like Kingsfield and Shadow Tower, which are its inspirations, go, I would recommend either getting a hold of the translated version of Shadow Tower Abyss, which is the second Shadow Tower, of which I think there is just those two, or playing one of the later Kingsfield. I would not recommend playing like the first one unless you're very familiar with original PlayStation controls, because it's a bit rough without that understanding. I've got a bad feeling about this. I'm just gonna get my crystal shards ready and pray I don't die from this fall. Okay, that stung a little, but I think we needed to do that. We might not have needed to do that at all. But it seems to have been a shortcut. Yeah, that's what I thought I saw. Okay, this is a problem. How strong are you? Why is my frame rate dying? Hold that thought. Something in there made the CPU go nuts. That was interesting. Ow, he hits very hard. Whee! Okay, he's got a ground slam. Don't like that. Oof. If you could stop pulling me into a corner, that'd be grand. Oh, I think we're dead. I think we're in trouble here. I don't dare try to use a crystal shard right now, because there is a bit of a delay on getting away with that. Okay. Okay, I think I've... Oh, no, I haven't escaped him yet. Hold on. Hold that thought. Oh, we're dead. We are so dead. Well, that's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. That's a bit of backtracking I'm gonna have to do then. So, to lend a little bit of context to that situation, how this game works is you can only save at save points, as you might imagine. And I hadn't gotten to one in a while, because each area has one, much like, again, something like Dark Souls, there's only one save point per area, but a lot of shortcuts leading back to it. Unfortunately, we had a decent stretch there where there weren't any save points or shortcuts that I found. It's not ideal. Unfortunately, as well, this prison is, as far as I can tell, the only remaining way forward. But I'll lend a little bit of context to that for everybody that came in from the raid and everything, so people understand how much there's been so far. Take a note of this warp screen. This is the hub area over here. This is the area where you initially spawn into the game. We have since gone through all of these areas you see lit up here. This is the area we're currently in. We only have 2 other hub warp points left to find. I thought we were going to finish getting through this game today, but if we're going to have this much trouble getting through the prison, it might go into one more day. Do I have any money? I've got a decent amount of money. Okay, let's go buy more healing items before we go down there then. Yeah, because this was before I found the fishing spear and everything down there as well. I could buy the privateer musket, but I don't think dark damage is going to help me down there at all. Now, neat thing you'll notice, when I pull the lance out, another meter appears. That's because this fountain over here allows you to upgrade weapons once you fill that meter. Only certain weapons upgrade, and usually once they upgrade once, they no longer upgrade again. We have, at this point, found a fairly sizable quantity of weapons. So if you're worried about that, that's also not a concern to worry too much over. The other odd things with this game to note is speed, for example, is actually a more important stat than you might consider. It actually controls your movement speed. Dexterity is similar in that dexterity controls your jump height. Those are 2 stats that have more of an effect on the game than any other. So those are worth considering. You, of course, can carry 2 spells at any given time. Quite a few spells available. This guy's kind of dumb as bricks, so magic ain't his whole thing. Strength also affects your max health, which is why we have a kind of stupid amount of health. Which you'll notice didn't matter down there fighting the giant skeleton. Yeah, that is an odd one. You would figure it would at least have some effect on the I think it... Hang on, let me double check the manual, because I might be forgetting. Which I do like having a manual that looks like this just built into the game. These are all your starting classes. They all actually have a decent effect on how the gameplay goes as well. Yeah, because you do have a power meter that you charge when you're holding your attack. Thought it had a stat listing in here somewhere, but apparently not. Okay, give me one quick second to turn around and go back to the crystal then, because when we look at the level up screen, it'll tell you what they do. Except I can't open it right now because I don't have a level. Strength I know was melee damage and health. Defense is health and how effective your blocking is. Speed was just movement speed, I think. It might also affect the speed the power meter goes up, which might explain why mine is kind of slow. Dex is jump height and range damage. Int is how fast your spells charge and how much mana you have, as well as the damage scaling, of course. And resistance is how fast status effects wear off on you. That's what I remember. We can double check that once we actually gain another level, which we only need 14% more to get a level, so I can just quickly bop a monster and come back up and we'll probably be able to demonstrate those. You might also be wondering why we don't have 2 hands on this big sword. That's because we don't actually have 2 hands. At the start of the game, one of your hands is cut off because you try to resist being dumped down the well that we're all dealing with all this nonsense in. There we go, that's enough for a level. We'll quickly pop back up, and that'll give you a more accurate answer than my memory might be able to give. Because as you can see, that green meter up there is how much power you add to an attack. You can just spam attack, which works well with some weapons, and others are better off charging. As you might imagine, big sword like this, better off charging. There we go. Strength defines max health, damage done with melee weapons, health and how much can be blocked before guard is broken, maximum running speed, jump height and damage done with ranged weapons, max mana, spell damage, how fast spells charge. Okay, I did remember all of them. Okay, good news. And every level you get 2 skill points to spend however you wish. As you might imagine, we've just been pumping our strength up. You'll find I do both. If I know what I'm talking about, I'm happy to explain what I understand. And then other times I just go monkey smash, I go hit thing. It depends on how much I already understand or not. This game I've really enjoyed, and I've been following the development basically since the early access for it came out, so I've got a decent handle on how things work for it. Because I loved Shadow Tower even though it scared the hell out of me and confused me when I was a kid. So seeing anything with that inspiration just sold me like, yep, nope, taking that and running with it. This is how we got down here originally, is we had to run down that tunnel and fell in here. Then we found a secret door leading back up to the save point. And do tell me if I end up starting to rattle things off too fast, because I do know that when I get excited, I start to rattle very fast. I don't know if this thing has a weak point on it. I've noticed some things in this game do. And I would figure the spot that's split open and spewing tentacles would be a logical spot for the weak point to be. Yeah, I could see the connection there. There's definitely some screwed up things you'll find in this that'll be reminiscent of that, but thankfully no jump scares to speak of. So you're safe from that, if that helps. This fishing spear is actually one of the neater weapons I found. You can alternate between throwing it like a harpoon and actually stabbing with it, which is very handy. My dexterity sucks, so it's not the ideal weapon, but a little bit of range never hurt anybody. I'm always drawn to weapons that have multiple modes of use for them. And actually, the note of how dark that is, let me help with that a little bit. There we go. It's not a lot more light, but it'll help if people can't actually see anything in here. Just, you know, don't mind the fact that the fairy's taking up a good chunk of the screen, which is why I don't typically use it that much. But I don't have any other better light sources, really. The ghost light gets lost and wanders off behind you somewhere and is useless half the time, and the torch takes up my weapon slot, which is a problem. Oh, right! The fairy also attacks things. I forgot. Because it just killed a monster that was going to attack me. Yeah. Wow, the fairy is scaled up quite nicely, actually, then. If it's doing that much damage. Huh. I should use this little thing more often. It just takes my entire mana bar to use it. Okay, now we're back in the tunnels I died in. I highly recommend having more speed if you play this than I have on this character, because you will start getting through areas much, much quicker. and you can outrun your problems better. But that's also why I keep Wind Dash as my other spells, so that I can evade problems potentially. But you'll notice their heads come off because you can actually hit specific hit locations on enemies and have parts come off. You can cut off their sword arm and they won't attack you with that anymore. All that good stuff as well. I haven't seen them get that much more confused when their head comes off, but it's usually been skeletons and mummies I've been beheading, so, you know, really wouldn't expect an intelligence change there that much. Thank you, Fairy. I wish you were slightly less blending, though. Yeah, as a little bit of story context for everybody that's come in at this point. Basically, some kind of crazy creature started showing up. We're still not entirely sure as to the hows and whys. Some mages thought it was a brilliant idea to melt the moon to put it to sleep. Again, still not really sure on the hows, whys, or wherefores of any of that. But because the moon got melted, it made a hole in the ground, and also a bunch of crazy monsters spawned from that instead. So you either have the one really big scary monster, or you have all of these untold horrors that were caused by it instead. Really feel like they made a poor trade there, all things considered. But, you know, once the damage is done, the damage is done. There was also this whole poison fog thing that I presume came about as a result of the melted moon. And that led to the usual situation of, like, less land available, less resources. So anybody that the feudal community as a whole didn't like gets dumped down this well, which is where we are. And we're currently working on getting our way back out of the well, because, as you might imagine, we don't want to be down here with all the weird gribbly things that want to eat us. It's not a real good scene for us. Since then, we've fought vampires, mummies, things with Anubis heads, skeletons, a weird rock formation thing that I don't entirely understand that kept hitting me with a giant piece of stone trying to throw me into lava. What else have I done since then? A lot of this is going to sound like absolute insanity as well, but welcome to what this game is. And I think that's a shortcut we missed last time, leading back up to the checkpoint. Really wish I had found that last time. Ah, well. Now we can save the fact that we've done all that, get our mana back for free. Oh yeah, there was this whole cult in a temple that, through meditation, magic, question mark, their brains literally floated away from their bodies and became ambulatory nervous systems that try to shoot you with lightning magic. That was a whole thing. Still don't entirely understand how that whole thing came about either. The Temple of Silence had some brain scoops in it and people with their brains missing. That's about all we got for connection point to why there's floating brains. And they were trying to get out of the well. We know that is the reason why they did it. Because they thought by leaving their bodies they'd be able to leave the well. Turns out that didn't work. So far there's been, based on what we've been told in the game, there's been, I think, 2 or 3 successful exits from the well, and one we know came back. is they realize the outside world actually kind of sucks. And it sucks down here, but they understand how it sucks down here, so they came back. Because, you know, it's the same old story of humanity kind of being what humanity can be. And I'm not going to get into the consequences of that statement any further than that. Because that will take this conversation down a very dark turn that I don't feel like having right now. But it's necessary for explaining where that whole situation played out and made sense from. Yeah, get used to dark, grimy tunnels that I'm walking in circles in, because as accurate as this level design is to those old games, boy, does it get mystifying at times. Because you'd think this compass would be helpful. And to a certain degree it is. But all this compass does is tell you what direction you're looking. Which is, again, useful but not entirely, if that makes sense. It's like, great, I know that way's north. I don't know what's north, but I know north is that way. So it can help you avoid going in circles as badly, but if you're following just the path of a tunnel, you're probably going to go in a circle. Because a lot of the tunnels go in circles. Okay, there is stuff down there. We might actually be able to just drop down and not instantly die. We have saved recently. But I have an idea. Because I want to show off some of the other nonsensical things about this game. For example, there's a coffin spell. The coffin spell takes some of your life and does this. It spawns a coffin. Now what you can do with that is just keep spawning coffins. Now you might think, well, this doesn't make any sense. Why are you just spawning a bunch of coffins down there? Well, think about it. What'll happen if there's a bunch of stuff where I'm going, and I have something to land on? There's also a couple other movement assisting spells, such as Rock Bridge. And Barrier is not meant to be a movement assisting spell, but since it creates a stone wall, you can use it to parkour around to places you shouldn't be as well. Ow. Yeah, that's what I thought I saw down here. Because I saw eyes. I don't know if anybody else could see them, but I saw eyes down here, and I'm like, I don't like it here. I think I just went... Yeah, I'm right back where we just died. Except I've got more problems now. This is about where I expected this to lead. This is a big problem. And I don't mean it just because there's big skeletons here. Oh, thank you. You freed me from the wall. That's all I needed. I really wish I actually had barrier on the bar right now, so I could drop a barrier behind me. Yeah. Oh, I haven't dealt with Nito in a while. I'm kind of glad I haven't had to do that whole sequence ever again. There's a thing. I want it. Hello, dogs. You have a health potion. I'm taking this. Oh, you've slowed me now, though. Oh, boy. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, 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 ow. Also, flashing light warning in sequences like this, everybody. If you can't handle flashing, the screen does flash when I get hit. In situations like this, I'm gonna get hit a lot. I apologize in advance for everyone's eyes. Oof. Because, to my knowledge, there's no way to turn that flashing off, otherwise I would. I'm slowed down, so I'm just dashing and hoping right now. Ooh, boy. A door. I don't know where it goes, but I'll take it. It doesn't matter where it goes, honestly, because it'll reset all these big bastards. Get me out of here. We might die in the load screen, though. This is a thing that can happen. Okay, we're okay. The Labyrinth of Ash. Okay, this is actually progress. This is fantastic. Whew. Sometimes you just gotta know when a fight ain't worth having. I don't like the sound of that, and I don't like the fact that that's getting closer. We've reached the Forgotten Temple. Okay, if there's a checkpoint here, that means that getting closer shouldn't kill me. Because if that was meant to kill me, it getting closer wouldn't happen here. Because they're nice enough not to do that kind of nonsense. Now, how much worse is it gonna get here? That's the more important question. Yeah, exactly. You'll find a turn of phrase that comes up here a lot is I hate being right. Is I'll usually say, this is not gonna go well. I walk around a corner and find the worst thing ever, and lo and behold, I hate being right. Because I've lost count of the amount of times I've predicted my own demise. I'm not sure what I'm looking at, but I'm gonna throw a spear at it because I don't want to get any closer. Sure, we can call that a centaur. Why not? Yeah. This needs to stop being. I mean, I guess it is half horse. Half I don't want to think about. Did you see this thing? Why are you hanging out with that? Okay. What's this say? I plead and warn the foolish who may wander past. I have sealed this chamber with righteous tempest. Beyond lies the holy seat of gold, the foul source of pale corruption, along with Abdul's wicked experiments. I plead again, do not venture within. Wind Sage Ozen III. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure I've experienced exactly what you're saying there. The good old open mouth insert foot situation. You just gotta be careful you don't take that further and start swallowing the whole damn leg when you just double down and say something worse. Certainly been there before, too. So I forget what it was, but I said something to the effect of, I can't possibly die here. And then lo and behold, I'm like, it's not gonna happen twice. Happens twice. You can already guess where that whole sequence goes. I think it ended up like 6 times before I gave up and said, you know what, fine, I'm not gonna say it anymore. Yep, that pretty much as expected. Also, this lever is broken and this makes me sad. Because I can't just pick the lever up and repair it, apparently. How hard would it be to just pick up the broken section of lever and just jam it in there? It'll probably turn well enough. It won't be great. given the fact that this is pushing me back, I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume if I try to cross that, it's gonna throw me off the bridge. So let's just not toy with that. Is that death down there? Judging from the screaming faces, I'm gonna assume that's either death or Disney World down there. And I'm gonna be more inclined toward death. Nope, that doesn't do anything. Might be time to start looking for secret doors again. Which, helpfully, this game will pop up a little question mark when I'm near a secret door, but I have to be near it. There's gotta be one somewhere around here. This place seems entirely too big and empty for there not to be a secret door somewhere. This game's been rife with them so far, so I'd be very shocked if there wasn't one somewhere. I'm also immensely suspicious because of the fact that we seem to be somewhat at a dead end, and almost every time there's been a dead end, I've been wrong thinking it's a dead end. I'm gonna save, and then we're gonna experiment with that wind bridge. Because we didn't make a lot of progress, but I'd rather keep the experience we had getting rid of those centaurs and things. Though they will just respawn when we inevitably get pasted on the floor. So something we can potentially do as an experiment. What happens if I throw a coffin on the bridge? Will the coffin fly away? No, the coffin's staying pretty good. It fell off the other way, which is not how I expected that to go. Yep, there it is. I saw it come flying out at me, some kind of giant wind bolt. Oh. See, now they've gone and done it. Now that I know there's a delay on it, now I gotta play with it. Now I gotta see if I can break it. Now the siren call of science is here. Pardon me, Centaur, coming through. In part because I really don't want to have to turn around and go back into the giant skeleton land. Nope. The projectile doesn't have to get to you. Okay. I wanted to see if I could dash away from it and have it count, but I think that projectile's either the entire bridge wide, or the projectile's just there for show. One or the other. Either way, we ain't getting across that bridge. And there was nothing back here, right? Aside from spooky noises. It's all these heads that are talking at us, by the way, in case anybody's wondering why there's spooky noises here. All these broken faces are trying to say things, but Lord knows what they're trying to say. But the only thing back here was just the door back to Skeleton Pound Land, and I don't really want to go back to Skeleton Pound Land. But I might have to. I might not have a choice. The thing is, I know this is where I need to be. I know this is the path forward. And the reason why I know that is because earlier on, I was trying to verify something, and I found a map of all the connections between areas in this game. And I know this connects to the... I don't know if it's the last area or just the next to last area, but it's the next one in the progression line from where we've been. So I'm gonna take another scout around here just to make sure we're not missing something obvious, as I have been wont to do a fair few times at this point. Because like that whole prison sequence, I thought we were dead-ended there for a bit because I didn't try jumping down to a spot. The thing that's bugging me the most is this lever. I feel like there's something we should be able to do with that lever. But for the life of me, I have no idea what. Actually, did I go this way? I might have just missed this path, and this might be the entire key to everything. Yeah, we definitely didn't go over here before. There we go. See, this is what I mean. It's very easy with the view distance and everything to just miss a path. I know I didn't open the other door. You don't look like you need this anymore, so I'm just gonna take that, okay? Okay. You just hang out in there. Okay. Weird ghost manta ray things. Ow. Rude. Okay, you cast a lot of different magic. This sword has been really good up till now, but it's really seeming like I might need an upgrade. Or I really need to sit down and actually start really leveling strength again. Because I did start scattering a bit to other things because I was starting to basically one-shot things for a while. I think I really don't want to open this door. They really do, Tiny. You're right about that. Both the visuals and sound. But I'm assuming everybody heard that. And, oh, it's just an obsidian skeleton. Never mind. I'm like, I hear screaming on the other side of this door. I don't want to open that door now. But it's just this guy. That's fine. Is this where the wind's coming from? This is either where the wind's coming from or somebody really let loose in here. I hear like a harp or something. It's getting louder. Is there gonna be a sound puzzle here? Well, it bleeds. I don't know if I wanted to do that, but the green stopped, so, hooray? I'm just gonna count that as I did a good. Did I? I don't know. But I'm hoping I did. There's a lot of like, this probably wasn't actually a good idea. Just like that giant gateway I opened that, you know, I think we never did check what was behind the giant gateway I opened by pulling random levers and realizing I may have made terrible mistakes. So I think we just never could find that door in the dark again. Alright, don't mind me. I'm just gonna open this door now. Ah. So I probably get rid of all of these and then the wind stops throwing me off the bridge. That's more than likely how this works. Rah, 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 rah. How are you still so loud without a head? Knock it off. I mean, I guess there's also the question of how is he so loud without any lungs either, but, you know. That makes such a sad noise when I break it. So I'd be lying if I said I felt any guilt about it, considering it threw me off a bridge 3 times if it is what I think it is. 3 times? Was it 2 times? Doesn't matter. It threw me off a bridge at all, so therefore I am justified in slicing it. smack you. There, I gave you a nice piercing. Now leave me alone. Now we broke 2 of them. I feel like there's gonna be a 3rd one. I don't have anything to back that thought, just like gut instincts like, hey, there's gonna be 3 of them. The good old rule of 3. And there's another one of you on the ceiling. I see you. I didn't see you, though. Okay, you know what? You got me. You had one hang out where it's obvious and one be sneaky. Well played. Ow, 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 ow. Missed. I don't know why the fishing spears make that weird squeaky toy noise. Like, it's really funny, but I'm also confused by it. Oh, he went back up to the ceiling. Hey. Hey, I know you're real. Hey. Yes, your friend's dead now, so are you. Oh, there's gonna be more of them all up and down this tunnel. This part? What's that do? Tell me your secrets, Heart of Wisp. Fragile crystal prism. When shattered, it summons a wisp to aid the user. Over the years, wisps slowly began to appear. Beings of pure mana evolved from residual magic left behind over the ages of battle and chaos. Okay. Oh yeah, don't worry about this, by the way. This is a thing. Just, you know, don't worry too much about that. Before anybody's like, why is there VHS tape in this game? Just don't worry about that. There's reasons for it. Okay, that wasn't as effective as I'd hoped it'd be. But then again, our int is terrible. I'm trying not to burn our last heal quite yet, but I think I'm gonna have to soon. Eeny, meeny, miny, this one. Nope, never mind. I had a feeling I picked wrong as soon as I didn't see this hallway the second I opened the door. Interesting that every single one of these has been guarded by an obsidian skeleton as well. Like they think these are a threat or something. 'Cause these aren't the first things they've been using those to guard, too. I'm gonna come break your thingy. I don't know what it is, but I'm gonna break it. Now, here's the thing. I can cheat the system a little bit because we have a bunch of crystal shards I could use to warp away and go back to the checkpoint. The checkpoint's close to where the wind bridge is. The only thing is, there's the chance that there's more than just the handful we've broken of them, and then I'll have to come back down here instead. So I think I'll go ahead and use the one more heal we have, get past that centaur, and see if there's another area past it, or if that's a way looping back. Because getting past the centaur is the easy part. Whoop. Bye. Yeah, I think this is looping. Because that's the lever we looked at before that I was like, how do I get there? Lava chasm. Well, that sounds like a fun spell that I totally won't kill myself with somehow. No, not at all. So what's this way if that loops back? You look different. You're also not attacking me. Hi. Please kill me. I was once a scribe of the Veil. I was a carver of sacred tablets which contained the laws of the world. But a powerful king had us begin grotesque carvings. Only when it was too late we recognized our own visage before us. I never finished mine, and so I retain some semblance of lucidity. Please kill me. End this dream. Well. I take no pleasure in this, but this will make you feel better. There may be a chance that there's a way to save them or something, but with the way this game's been tracking, I wouldn't be surprised if that is the only answer there. I'm gonna go ahead and just commit the fact that I've done that. Because otherwise I will probably start thinking about it too much and backpedal out of having done that. So we'll just go hammer that into stone and not think about it any further than that. So that explains why they're like weird disfigured things. Yeah, the wind appears to be gone. Mostly. Is it still gonna kill me? Nope. Oh, there was probably one for each passage? No, there's only two. But maybe there was like two per? I don't know. Unless there's more bridges past this. Now we're pretty close to the surface again. Hey there, Pixie. How you doing? Welcome to this weird mess I've gotten myself into. A weird mess we might be close to the end of. Doing fine so far. Getting a little tired because we've been going at this for a bit, but I want to get to the end of this. Okay, these are a thing. They also burn. Okay, good to know. Fool's gold, okay. Don't know what that'll do for me, but we'll look into that once they're not charging at me anymore. Okay. It might just be a ingredient that I can use. Yeah, because this is alphabetical. It would have been right here. And it didn't have a weapon symbol. Uh-huh. This is why you check your corners. Cheeky little bastards. Not even a secret door there either. This very much has last area feel all about it, though. Because these games always have really weird creatures running around in the final areas. It's like a tradition. Totally not still thinking of the final fight of Eternal Ring and the weird, like, moon baby I had to fight in that mess. If you don't understand what I'm talking about, you're probably happier. And the sad part is, no, that none of that is like an exaggeration or a falsehood. No, that is exactly what you had to go through at the end of that game. That fight was awful. Abdul's Passage. Well, they said Abdul was the mad wizard responsible for a lot of bad things, so let's go see what he did. there's a lot more of those potential brain extractor thingies. I still think that's what helped get the brains out of all of those mummies, but I don't know that. I thought I saw a question mark as I walked up here, in case people are wondering why I'm mashing along the walls suddenly. I think I just saw things. I have a bad feeling about this, though. Let me see if there's a save point or something near here before I touch that floor, because I feel like with how that whole floor is reflective like this is, I'm gonna like fall through it or something. Oh. Glorious golden Uvixarad, please accept our humble flesh. We who carry your golden essence, bathe us in radiance. We shed this tainted skin in your name. Glorious golden Uvixarad. So, there's a story here. This is a man who was trying to find basically what the opposite of magic was in their world. His magic became taboo. So they figured, since magic is evil, and there's always a good and evil, there has to then be a good type of power like that. More or less, they were probably looking for holy magic. We don't know what happened after that, but this is how they ended up. So I'm inclined to think something went wrong. But a whole group became quite enamored of his essence after his death. And apparently, a lot happened, considering how he looks now. And this is the stuff we saw around those husks. So that's concerning. That's probably not okay. But there's not a save point there, so I'm gonna go back to the previous save point. Then we're gonna try to figure out Abdul's passage over there, because I presume that that's necessary. And even if it isn't, I'm curious. But I'm worried that trying to cross that is gonna have some weird consequences. Like, I don't know if it'll kill me, if I'll like fall through it, or if there's gonna be like a weird puzzle involved with it or something. Wait, isn't this how we got here? So going back might not actually, no, we followed a bunch of tunnels to get here. Before I panic, I think this is how we got here. Yeah, there's the bridge. Okay. I just missed one turn and I'm like, uh-oh. Did I forget something? Yeah, we're just gonna go quickly touch the save point to keep the reality that we've accomplished so far set in stone. I don't think we accomplished that much that really needs to be saved, per se, but it'll make me feel better about testing that idea. We also gained a couple levels. Even if the passage itself doesn't kill me, I'm just getting this very bad vibe from that passage. There might be like a boss fight or something on the other side of it without a checkpoint or anything, so best to hedge bets. Not get too ahead of myself. We've already died a dozen or so times in this game because of getting ahead of myself. So no sense in continuing that trend. Another one that really feels like should be a secret door, but apparently isn't. That might be the other end of a secret door, though, because some of them are one-way doors. The reflection effect here is very neat, though. It's like a perfect reflection. Usually the reflections you see in games end up having something a little off about them, but that seems to almost be perfect. Which is also what makes me nervous about it, though, because as soon as we find that passage again, I'll explain what I mean. It's back here. So I already kind of explained what I meant there, but I'm gonna just make sure. It was right here. Wait, no, this is where we grabbed something else, isn't it? Yeah, I went the wrong way. The one with the signpost in it's Abdul's passage. It's almost like it's obvious or something. There could be a sign. But yeah, there's two things that bother me here. One, the fact that it's the entire room. I feel like I'm gonna step forward and fall through into that hole. There's also the fact that its reflection is red instead of a reflection of what it actually is. Okay. I didn't die stepping on the floor. Floor's safe. Cruelty in action, but beyond its stems. Disciples wither at the truth of escape. They sought similarity. They blindly held my cloak as I led them down the dark passages of life and death. But now I have carved a vessel. I have lain incantation, sacred rite and bloodied sacrifice. The door is finally ajar, so slight enough that I may escape. Because of course, he was playing that entire cult the entire time. For passage, 30 tokens of spite must be held by the traveler. These are given by the unnamed primordial god of cruelty whenever a deed is done which delights them. In my lifetimes, I've come upon several, which I will list. Replace a prisoner and an angel. Slay a giant of magic. Transmute an animal into a mass of humanoids. Use poison to give separate wills to the brains and bodies of followers. Disrupt the flow of souls to the afterlife. Transplant the fingers of the left hand to the right of another. Desecrate a shrine to another being. Sever a follower of yours into different planes of existence. Grant healing blood magic to one afflicted, which takes more than it heals. He's definitely done just about all of these, I think. Because replace a prisoner and an angel. We saw the angel in the prison, so presumably that's that action. Slay a giant of magic might be the blood we saw leaking from Great Uvexad. Transmute an animal into a mass of humanoids. We've seen chimeras around. There's also the misshapen. Could be either of those. Use poison to give separate wills to the brains and bodies of followers. The mummies and the enlightened ones. Disrupt the flow of souls to the afterlife. That might be why death is down in the mausoleum? Transplant the fingers of the left hand to the right of another. That one I'm not sure about. Desecrate a shrine to an elder being. Not sure. Sever a follower of yours into different planes of existence. Not sure about that one either. Grant healing blood magic to one afflicted, which takes more than it heals. That might be related to the situation with the vampires. I don't know if all of those are actually things we can witness in the game or not. That's just my guesswork there. But this door, there's a bunch of tally marks on it. 2, 6, 10, 14, 16, 20, 24, 28. Am I counting that wrong? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rows. 4 each. Yeah, I was counting wrong because 4 times 7, 28. And then 2 more, 30. Yeah. So that's his 30 tokens of spite. But if the 30 tokens of spite are already there, why isn't the door open? Of course, you know, there's also that whole thing. And this moon's upside down, unlike all of the moons we've seen before. I don't remember being able to break these before. I thought the music was picking up when I did that, but apparently it isn't. Well, here's the most important question then. Do we have to cross through that door to finish the game? 'Cause if we do, we might actually be somewhat hooped because I'm not sure what to do. Yeah, because this thing's basically made out of stone at this point. There's nothing we can do there. We might have come all this way to not be able to finish still. Give me just a second on that thought. Because part of the reason why I was bothered by Abdul's passage is I saw its name pop up somewhere else before. Okay. I checked what I needed to check. This is not necessary to finish the game. That is actually a different ending that's involved in getting past that door. I didn't mind learning that information, which is why I looked at it and didn't share that. This does, however, leave me with the problem of, what am I meant to do now, then? Because we have a couple options for what's left that's possible. We didn't find that big door that I opened by pulling the lever in the prison. That's one thing. Not really the biggest fan of that idea because the giant skeletons were kicking our ass, but might be necessary. There might be something else still hidden around here. Spirit warp. Okay, hang on. We might be onto something here. An advanced magic that warps the user to Wing's Rest, created by the banished holy monks so that... Okay, this is just a spell that takes us back to Wing's Rest whenever we want. Okay, that's very helpful. Not so sure it's helpful at this point. But I guess for the backtracking necessary for the secret ending, actually, that would make sense. Finding that does mean that there are potentially other passages I missed, then. I'll freely admit, I'm not at my most observant at this point. The more tired I'm getting, obviously, the less observant I'm going to become. I wanted to reach the ending today, but it's looking like that might not happen. Ordinarily, once I reach the point where I'm starting to try to rush through, I would ordinarily look things up to guide myself along more than I already have. The problem is, the 1.0 for this only came out a little over a week ago, and it's apparently not been very well documented anywhere I've looked. Not yet. I'm gonna see if I can find anything else right quick. If I can't find anything quickly, we'll probably just put our hands up and accept the fact that we're not finishing it today still. Ah, okay, that's how that works. I think these are the same maps I saw before, so that's not very helpful. I was hoping a 100% achievement guide would help me with, you know, the achievement that is the end of the game, but apparently that is not an achievement they're concerned about. Maybe I do actually have to climb the tower. That's the only place we have left to go, really. We've been everywhere else. And it would be fitting, actually, to... Yeah, that name would be very fitting. The inspirations and such, that would make sense. It's like, we haven't been in another side area, but I can tell by looking at that that is completely unnecessary. Oh. Okay. Well, we'll try that. We're gonna do some leaps of logic here, and I apologize for the skipping that's gonna be required on this concept. Just bear with me. First and foremost, let's spirit warp on out of here rather than using any of my crystal shards, because I want to see what this will actually do, if it does anything different. I assume it's literally just a free crystal shard. Yeah, that is basically what it is. Okay. To do what we need to do, we need to go back to the Boiling Grotto. This one's a little bit weird. Just give me a moment to make sure I understand what this map's telling me. Yeah, the save crystal is right there. Really? We knew about the secret door near this save crystal. Apparently there's another illusory wall. Right over here? With a rather unique looking coffin. You note we have the option to get in it. A comforting coffin awaits. Get in? We... Well, this is concerning. Wait. They didn't. No, I'm gonna hold my thought on that until I see more of this. But I get such a weird deja vu from this boat ride and the effects going on in here. But it's not because of this game, which is why I'm not gonna say what I'm thinking until I verify if this is actually what I think it is. The only thing I'll say is I wonder if it has anything to do with something I was talking about earlier involving inspirations. This is a very slow boat ride. Gives you plenty of time to think. And the thing is, there's a couple different interpretations that can be attached to this without even thinking anything it might be tied to any inspirations with. Because we might just be sailing down the river Styx right now. We might be dead now. Because, you know, we slept in a coffin, fell down a hole, and ended up sailing down Spooky River. Kind of ties together. Welcome to the Tower of Abyss. Now, the reason why I was questioning things with this is Shadow Tower Abyss, as you might imagine from the name, focuses around a tower. And visually, this area looks a lot like one of the boat rides you take in that. But I don't know if that's intentional or not. Just that's what hit me the second I was sitting in this boat, riding along to get here, and looking at the handful of lights in the distance. I was debating between saying anything and not saying anything, because I kind of wanted to see if the areas start to match up after we get there with the areas from that game. 'Cause that would be fascinating if that was a thing they did. Because there are little nods here and there to areas from the various Kingsfield games and such in spirit throughout this. Like, I wouldn't say any of them were lifted, but ideas definitely can be connected between. Speaking as one who's played all but Kingsfield 2 at this point, I think. So I haven't played the early 3 of them for the channel. Oh, I could have held any key to skip the boat ride the entire time, I guess. Behold the Tower of Abyss, a crumbling 54 descent of combat and endurance. At the end lies the legendary Lyrian Sword of Moonlight. Is, you know, of course, if they're pointing at the old FromSoft games and things like that, of course there's got to be a Moonlight Sword somewhere. But that's why I was like, I don't think this place is necessary. is it's an endurance test and you get the Moonlight Sword. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we don't have to do this area, but I'll do this for a little bit. I probably won't get us to floor 50. But since I cannot figure out what I need to do and we're already closing on 6 hours, we may have to push this off into one more day. Be it one more day of me actually spending the whole time playing this some more, or I tack a portion of this onto another stream after figuring out what we're supposed to be doing. Is presumably people have figured out how to get to the end of the game by this point. But I'm looking at a lot of head-scratching dead ends that have me a little worried. Which is why I don't really want to, like, sit here and try to fiddle about with it over much and keep you guys all sitting here like, is he ever gonna figure out what we need to do? Because I don't think that's very interesting for anybody to watch. Okay, we at least get rewards every few floors, so this does seem like it might be worth doing at the very least. And we will be gaining experience. Ah, my reward is the ability to live a little longer. Okay. Wait, wasn't that a health potion I picked up? Yeah, I do have one. Just for some reason the count didn't update till I opened and closed the menu, so that was a little weird. But I think if I cycled the inventory, it probably would have updated too. Rats and a snake? Okay. Yeah, that was the enemy for that floor. Okay. Mild confusion, but, you know, you do you, video game. See, multiple snakes, that makes sense. But compared to what we were just fighting, it just seems very weird to be fighting these now. I feel like these would have been the first things. The shulkers being first made sense because they were some of the first enemies we encountered in the game proper. But why the rats? That one's what's throwing me. There's a rat queen. That makes sense for that to be here. Which at this point, no longer a threat. There's the Rat King. For those who haven't seen it, Rat Kings are literally just a pile of rats. Much like the Rat Queen is a big rat with a pile of rats latched onto it. They're a little weird. A little hard to look at. Yeah, mini snack. Well animated snack too. No less dead, but still well animated. I'm poisoned and this is upsetting. Can't get away from snakes no matter what I do. There we go. Heal up. Next floor. Another rat queen. Wait, is that one bigger or am I imagining things? No, I'm poisoned again. Oh, that's a rat lord, huh? Okay. Okay. That's a thing. Where are you going? Shouldn't I be the one running from you? Yeah. Here's hoping I don't have any more snake adventures, but you know. Life will have its way about that, I'm sure. I don't know why these snakes insist on spinning. I think they're confused. Okay. So we managed to get far enough to get another heal, I presume. And maybe the prize in the box will be something better than a mana potion. Eh? I feel insulted. I feel thusly insulted appropriately. Goddamn antidote. Some Venus plants now? I'm also vexed by the fact that the snakes have been the only thing to be a threat so far. And there's more or less an inside joke to that whole exchange that I'm not going to get into right now. Just understand that in life there have been some snake-related complications. And that's all I'm going to say about that concept right now. It would be nice. Ah, yes. Let a magic hand handle the sword for me, so it just floats over there and deals with problems. I like this plan. Oh, this needs to die. This needs to die, like, right now. And this is why. Because it does damage over time, slows you down, and it's just generally problems. I hate it here. This floor sucks. Everything about this floor sucks. Ow. 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 Fuck you. Okay. Anyway. I think this is the right way. Floor 15. Ah, yes, because that's how you make this harder, is you add more of them. Good. Good. Ow. I don't think I can get... Okay, I can get out of their range. I'm no longer slowed out here. This is why having a ranged option is important. Yeet. Yeet. Okay. Always come prepared. That gets us just far enough to get healed again. Whew. Kind of scraping by at this point. A little concerned. I just gotta remember that if it gets dicey enough, I can warp away. Oh yeah, fairy moss. That's actually helpful. Mostly because I also forgot I had another one of those. Is what those do is it's very slow regeneration. With an emphasis on the very slow. I don't know if it'll keep working once we go through the door, so I'm gonna give it a little bit while I take a drink and everything. Let it work its magic a little bit so we're in a bit better of a position. Exactly. What's up, Zero? Yeah, I figured as soon as I walked through the door, it stopped working. But these are just skeletons. They're not a problem. So this does mean we might end up with... Oh, no, it is still going. It's just not doing the lit up effect anymore. I think it has stopped healing me at this point now. Well, look at you. Some of you survived. Pity that didn't last long. There's an obsidian skeleton in the back now. That's going to be slightly more of a problem. because that can take a hit. Thankfully, he's oblivious. Hey, buddy. Oh, what's the matter? You lost your head just like your friends. What a shame. Seems like nothing drops anything in this place, which makes sense because they wouldn't want them dropping healing items or anything, since some things can. This is upsetting to see, though. 3 obsidian skeletons and a handful of backup dancers. This could actually become a problem. Or he gets confused. You know what? I can live with that. Maybe them losing their head finally actually had an effect. Missed me. Okay. And also, ta-da, I can actually fight reasonably well when I actually really try. Instead of just walking forward down a corridor going smacky, smacky, smacky. Oh, it didn't give me another healing potion. Well, that's rude. Spectral candle. So I guess those are meant to be usable items then. Because we found one before and it said it repelled beasts. And I was like, yeah, maybe that's got a plot reason or something. So I never used it. Another weird room. I feel bad smashing the glowy bunnies, but unfortunately the door won't open unless I do that. Yeah, that's what I figured was coming next. Magical glow deer. I really don't know why it's populating some of these floors with passive enemies. It's weird to me. Like, we had the rats on the earliest floors that literally couldn't do anything to you. Now we had the magic rabbits that can literally do nothing to you. It's weird. We're halfway through this place, just about. And it's mostly just been really early enemies. What? What's the catch? There wasn't a catch. Okay. Well, that's different. Hi. Yosai. Ooh, boy. No, the bunnies actually were attacking that time. I guess with their big friend around, they felt bold enough to try. Which I think there's actually a way in normal gameplay to trigger that thing showing up. I believe if you, like, wipe out all of the bunnies and such, that happens. I remember being told something to that effect. I'll go ahead and pop the other fairy moss. That way we'll regenerate a bit while we're crossing over this. Maybe this chest will have something good in it? 'Cause I really can't say I've gotten anything good out of any of these so far. That counts. That counts as something good, considering we definitely need some healing potions at this point. I went in here without buying any like a fool. The good news is we can crystal shard out of here at any time. Why can't I see? Why is it pitch black here? Oh, they're just doing that to me, huh? There he is. Is there more than one? No, there was only the one. I just can't see a damn thing in here. This room's just pitch black, I guess. Oh, I need a magic weapon for that. Uh-oh. I'll focus on the enlightened ones and hope that the fairy deals with the mares for a second. Yeah, he's not doing enough damage to the mares, though. Oh, there he goes. He figured it out. Thank you, fairy. That's what I had a bad feeling I was going to start running into in these rooms. Won't do as much damage, but it'll be necessary if I run into more things like that. Yep, there's more things like that. What do you know? There's the mummies I was talking about before as well. Specifically the mummy knights. Okay. I do appreciate the victory chime, so I'm not searching up and down the whole room like, where's the last thing? There's got to be another thing that's trying to kill me. Oh, there's crawlers in here. I saw them when the fairy shot. Thankfully, the torch actually will do decent enough against these. Especially if I set one of them on fire so I can see. Thank you for being a living torch while I murder your friends. Okay. So we got through floor 30. To floor 30 specifically. What's the awful thing that they're gonna have here? There's Amigo. Go ahead and kill that. That's what was hurting me. Got him. Apologies if that was a little hard to see anything that was happening in there. Just understand that I knew what I was swinging at and I was making the best of it I could. They can't beat me by blinding me. I can hunt by sound. Crystal lantern. It fixes to the wielder's belt and illuminates until doused. Oh, you cheeky. Of course. God damn it, Kira. I could actually be using the Hammer of Cruelty this entire time, now that I think about it. It's very slow, but, like, stupid power. Oh, it drains mana while I have it out. Let's not say we did, shall we? Because it does stupid damage, but I'd rather keep my MP on hand if I need it. What? Why is this room empty except for pottery? Hello? What? What? I feel like they're fucking with me. Or something's bugging out, and that's why a pot keeps randomly exploding. Well, that coffin tried to kill me. That was a thing. Okay. I figured it was building up to something. Just really didn't know what. I feel like I'm playing damn prop hunt now. And why are these dropping items? Why is nothing... Nothing makes sense. Send help. That's a mimic. There's no way in hell that is not a mimic. And before anybody's like, oh, there's no mimics in this game, there sure as hell are mimics. I found one before. Yep, there it is. Hope nobody liked me having money, because I ain't gonna have any money when he's done with me. Actually, we held on to a decent bit. You also don't get the money back when he dies, by the way. So that's a thing. That was probably the weirdest stretch of floors I think we've encountered so far. Right up there with the one that was mostly rats and snakes for some reason. Oh good, I got 2 cents. Joy. I definitely feel like I'm being made fun of now. Like, I feel like that was just the joke set. Now there's books. And misshapen. Okay. This is back to making sense again. For the moment. I was about to say, why is the door not open yet? What'd I miss? Was half expecting to get bit in the ass. Okay, same room, but with 2 misshapen now. Malformed, misshapen, whatever you want to call these things. They're fucked up is what they are. The same red skeletons inside them that we saw around a couple times that I was trying to understand why they were different. I guess maybe those are related. Okay, now it's just a bunch of these. The books are honestly more threatening, but you know, you do you, video game. Because these things only really start to get a little bit scary when they start to actually charge at you. They remember that they can move, and they're like, oh, let's get them. So that happened. They just take a real long time dying, I think, and that's why the door is weird with these. Chimera, now you're talking. Now you're talking things that are actually a threat. Especially when you poison me. Don't you laugh at me. Listen here, you little shit. Oh, that's not good. Oh, and I don't have the antidote on anymore. We are gonna die. Wait. Oh, balls. Okay, we didn't die. We actually didn't die. So, fun fact, when I tried to put the antidote on, all I did was end up putting the empty space on that was next to it somehow, instead of the antidote. I'm gonna assume I misclicked or something weird happened. Also, it turns on the... The lantern wasn't on the entire time after I got it. So yeah, that's a thing. I just gotta be careful not to be touched, and we'll be okay. Because I think bleeding and being poisoned at the same time may have actually counteracted each other slightly. Because poison can definitely kill you in this game. But I think the fact that I was bleeding while poisoned meant I got some of the bleed damage health back just in time to not die to the poison. Which is wild. Yes. I believe so, anyway. Because there is a poison weapon, and I seem to recall poisoning them with it, but I've also only encountered one poisoned weapon. There are poison throwing knives you can get as well, but I didn't bother getting them. I'm just double checking to make sure I don't have anything I can use to avoid needing to warp out of here. The answer to that is no. So 39 is where we're leaving. Is one touch and we lose. And I'd rather not lose, so we'll go ahead and bail out at that point. There's only 11 more floors left at that point. But it would be an infinite amount more floors if I died, basically, because we wouldn't be making it. Oh look, level 69. I had one more point left. There we go. So, having delved into the Tower of Abyss and still not having finished the game, and I'm honestly not sure how to finish the game at this point, I think we'll call it there. And what I'll do is, before the next time we play this, which probably won't be Thursday, it may or may not be Friday, we'll see what I end up doing that day, I will figure out what we actually need to do to finish this. But I've been going for 6 hours and brain is turning to paste. So I would rather not overdo it. So I'm going to take a sweep around, see who's doing what, and figure us out a place to go. Also, as you might imagine, based on the Thursday or Friday, for those who don't know, that is the schedule for the week, is something will happen Thursday at the same time today did. Same with Friday, though Fridays are usually an hour early, but I may also switch that to be a late stream that day, depending on how I feel and what I have going. Saturday will also be another stream day. That could easily end up being where this ends up fitting in as well, depending on what happens. I said that I was going to do some of the stuff off the Humble Choice today if it was any good. Most of this month's Humble Choice is things I already have or things I don't care about, so that one's not going to prove to be much of a thing, in case anybody's wondering about that. And by all means, if anybody has any questions, comments, concerns, thoughts while I figure this out, by all means ask them and I will answer as best I can, depending on what your question is. I know I'm taking a while because I'm sitting here trying to pick. I have, yes. I never finished it, because that's another one that I'm not 100% sure how you finish. It's a good enough game. It's a little odd in places. I wasn't 100% sure how I felt about it, to put it bluntly. but it's also been a while since I played it, so I may be forgetting some stuff about it as well. Because I think that was 2021 that I played it. Hang on, I'll look at it in the list here. It's probably still installed, in fact. Last played December 2020. So, bear in mind, with nearly 3 years of time passing, I could easily have forgotten things about it. But I don't remember having major issues till a few areas in. Aside from the initial, what am I doing, how do I do? But that's the same in everything. I'm going to turn desktop audio off and check a couple of these to see if they're ending soon or what they're doing. And then we'll decide from there. That was very much just like toying the idea back and forth and not really getting anywhere. So I'm just going to start checking things. Thank you for the bits, Tiny, and understood. As you heard, we're basically ending now anyway. So you go do what you gotta do. I never heard anything concrete one way or the other with Fanatical, so I didn't trust it enough to do anything with that. I have seen it, but I'm like, I don't know this, therefore I'm not going to use money on it. Okay, well, if you've been buying the bundles they have and there hasn't been an issue, there probably won't be an issue. Nah. I apologize for the amount of indecision I'm having today, because I have too many people on at the same time today, is basically the problem. And I went to bring us to somebody new, and then brain went, and that's proving to be an issue at the moment. So I'm fighting myself back and forth on that idea. Which is also why I've just thrown this to a Q&A while I fight with myself. We got a birthday over there. An anniversary over there. People doing interesting things here, there, and everywhere. Just slowly going insane, trying to pick between all of this. If I could just even narrow it down, back down to 2 people, I could just flip a coin and be like, this is fine. I'm meaning to go to them, but they're not doing... Maybe people will be too interested in... You know what? The hell with it. We'll go to North. It'll be okay. Please, fingers, type things correctly. No, they might be ending, actually. I see a screen that looks like an ending screen. God damn it. They're either doing a starting chat screen or an ending chat screen. I can't tell which. And it doesn't want to load for me. We won't go that way then. Fucking hell. Just does not want me to do a raid today, god damn it. You know what? Fuck it. We'll welcome Wildwood back to doing things because they were having a problem for a while. And they're doing Mystic Quest, which is interesting enough. Sorry for the waffling constantly and driving myself up a wall. So, thank you all for taking the time to be here. As I already listed off the schedule, I'm not going to ramble over that again because I'm going to end up in a loop of rambling either way. Short version, be good to Wildwood. He's good people. He runs a whole retro Discord that's been good to me and good to many other people. And other than that, I'll see you Thursday. Have a good one, and good night. Apparently at some point I lost my form as well.